Just a moment. So I'm in the full screen. Do you see my full screen?
Good. Yes.
Okay, so can I start my presentation? Can I start?
He said yes, Lorrane.
Yeah. Yes, Lohani. Please start.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. So good morning. I'm Lohani. So I'm going to present a visual world paradigm study about the processing of topic comment structures in Brazilian Portuguese. So the goals of this study are to verify if Brazilian Portuguese native speakers can be guided by prosodic cues during the hearing of a topic and contribute to a clear classification about what the typological status of Brazilian Portuguese would be, and to provide contributions of psycholinguistic processing to the debate. So this study investigates the processing of subcalization constructions, Chinese style topic, and subject predicate sentence and in Brazilian Portuguese. So, for example, we have a topicalization in one, so we can say aquele livro eu li de novo. So here we have an element in the left periphery of the sentence, and then we have a comment about this topic. So here we can say that we have a synthetic relationship between the topic and the comment, because we can say that this element was generated here after the verb and then it was moved to the left periphery of the sentence. And then we studied to Chinese style topic as two. So when we say livros, eu gosto de romance. So here we don't have a synthetic movement, but we have a semantic relationship between the topic and the and the comment. So here we can say that livros was base generated here in a Chinese style topic. So we are analyzed to a subject predicate sentence as three. So eu li aquele livro de novo when we have the SVO word orders. So according to Lee Thompson, the topic comment grammatical relation is universal. So every natural language has these uh, relation, but depending on the language, the topic comment grammatical relation can be basic or not. So they proposed that the language of the world may be classified in four types. So we have subject prominent language as English, for example, when we have the subject predicate order as the basic, and we have the topic prominent language as Chinese when the topic comment word order is when both subject prominent and when subject predicate order and topic commentary order are equally important as in Japanese. And neither subject nor topic prominent language can this structure because these parameters. So it's a controversial topic because Portuguese is a subject prominent language. Portuguese should be a topic prominent language, and we have a mixed typological characterization for Brazilian Portuguese too. So I'll in this discussion about Brazilian Portuguese. So we have the question, what is the typological status of Brazilian Portuguese? So we have a visual world paradigm study. here. So the aim is to verify if Brazilian Portuguese native speakers are able to use prosodic cues to anticipate which. In this way, if both structures are natural in the language, so the native speaker will be able to recognize that structures. So the hypothesis is that Brazilian Portuguese would be a mixed language. So they're important. So both topic comments and subject predicate ideas in Brazilian Portuguese. And our design is a 2x3 between subjects. So the independent variables was two factors. So one factor is the type of input that could be a topic or a subject. It was based on the prosodic cues that we had on these elements, and type of complement that would be a topicalization commentary, a Chinese style topic commentary, or a predicate. So we have two experiments. So in the first one, we have the synchronous structures. So match experiment. So an example, we had an input of a topic and then a complement of a commentary or a topicalization or a Chinese style topic, and an input of a subject and then a predicate. And in the mismatch experiment, we had the non-synchronous structures. So we had an initial input of a subject and then a commentary or a topicalization commentary or a Chinese style topic commentary, and then the initial input of a topic and then a complement of a predicate. And we worked with ambiguous words like blind, which can be a verb or an adjective, and depending on the context. So the idea is that the participants will be able to make a difference between a topic and a subject based on the prosodic cues that we had. So we used eye tracking to collect the data, the iLink 1000 eye tracker, and the dependent variables were the proportion of looks at the target and the distractor image on a specific time windows. It was the online processing, and then the choice of the participants about the image interpretation. It was the offline processing. And 48 participants in this experiment from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Also, subjects were native speakers of Brazilian Portuguese. So here I have some examples about the prosodic cues that we had in this experiment. So here, it was basically a pitch async use. So here we have an spectrogram showing a topic comment structure, and then we have a spectrogram showing a subject predicate was a topic. We had a higher pitch here in the ambiguous word compared to in a subject condition about the duration here in a topic. We had the stretching of the stressed syllable here in the ambiguous word compared to in a subject condition. And we had the ambiguous word that it was not present in a subject because it is it is this was the cues that we had to make that difference between a topic and a subject in the conditions. So here's an example of the materials of the match experiment. So the objective was to the sentence were which is not related to the audio file. So for example, this is a subject predicate condition. So I have an initial input of a subject. So this ambiguous word cega, blind, is a verb. So the target image is this first one because the girl blinds someone. So it's the target, and then the predicate it's related to this image too. But when we have an input of topic, this word is an adjective. So blind is the girl who is blind. So a target image is the second one. And the complement of the sentence has this image as the target too. And then we have a question about this initial part of the audio file. So they had to choose the best option. So the girl is blind or the girl blinds someone. So they had to check the best option here. In the mismatch experiment, it was the same thing, but here is an example. So here and here we have the subject. So here is the target image, but the complement of the sentence is a comment. So the target image is the second one, and one, the input is the topic. This is the image, target image, and then we had a predicate, but this is the target image. So the idea is that the participants can be guided by these cues and know that is a problem with these structures on the mismatch experiment. So I have an example of the task here. So uh, first they look at two images on the screen during 3 seconds, and then we had a fixation cross in the middle of the screen to attract the eyes to a neutral region on the screen. And then we have the image. At the same time, the audio file. So they had to listen to the audio files during the the visualization of the image. And then the question. So they had to choose A or B. And now the results. So first about the initial input when we had the cues about a topic or a subject. So here we have the proportion of looks at the image. So early looks because it was about the initial input. So you have here the the target image and then the distractor image. So here we can see that when they received an input of a subject, they looked more to the target image, but when they received an input about a topic, they looked more to a distractor image. So here it seems that they did not use the prosodic cues of topic in this at this point of the processing, but but when you see the complements of the sentence, they look at more to the target when they listen to the three different conditions. So they were able to relate audio files to the correct image. So here we have the offline measure. So the response index. So we can see that there are more correct answers than incorrect answers. So they were engaged in the task, into the task. And now about the mismatch experiment. And then again, the initial input. So about the initial input. And here we can see that they look at more to a target image only when they received an input of a subject. And then when they received an input of a topic, they look at more to the distractor image. It was the same thing that we saw in the match experiment. So it seems that they did not use the prosodic cues of topic here. However, when we see the complement of the sentence, we see here that they look it to the target and to the distractor image in the same way. So it indicates a great confusion during the listening. It can be caused by a wrong expectation. So it shows that they used the prosodic cues that we had on the initial input about a topic or a subject, and they were guided by these cues. So in the mismatch offline measure, we have the we see here that there are more incorrect words answers compared to match experiments. So it was influenced by the wrong structure. So they were able to see that there was something wrong with the prosodic um, structures. So these results suggest that Brazilian Portuguese speakers seem to be sensitive to prosodic cues in the auditory stimuli because they, in the mismatch experiment, demonstrated difficulties during the choice of the image when input and complement were not synchronous. So it seems that these results indicate that both topic and subject predicate notions are equally important in Brazilian Portuguese, and it suggests a classification for Brazilian Portuguese as a mixed language. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Lohane. We still have a few minutes for question and comments. We're running 5 minutes late. So if someone has a question or a comment, please.
Okay.
I have a question. Can I?
Adriana, please.
Okay. Hi, Lorrane. How are
Hi,
you?
I'm
It's
fine.
been a long time. I would like to ask you something about eye tracking, just the methodology, because this is I know that very few people in Brazil have been using this, and I know that to use. So I have the question probably that you have already made to yourself. When you move from one screen to another, don't you feel that it could discalibrate or uncalibrate the eye tracking, the tracker? I mean, because you have to calibrate the eyes before using eye tracking. So if you move from one screen to the other, then wouldn't it uncalibrate? I don't think so. This is just a question that somebody asked me, and I didn't feel that. And I'm asking you now if something like this could happen when we use eye tracking methodology.
Yeah. Do you use iLink or
No, we are using the remote tracker that we just linked to the notebook. That is a remote. We use remote eye tracking, and we use SMI 200. We are using a very small one, 250 megahertz. But I don't think that it's a matter of the power of the eye tracking, or if it's the tower, because the methodology is the same. Because you have to change screen. I'm talking about changing screens. I don't know. It's just a question. Perhaps nothing happens.
Okay.
no,
Lohane.
I'm asking because iLinks say when we need to recalibrate the eye of the participant, so it's easier for us to know this. if we need or
Yeah.
not need to recalibrate the
Ah,
It's like,
right. Okay. No,
Yeah.
SMI also sends a message. If we need to,
Yes.
it sends a message. Yes. No, it's
So it,
because somebody
okay.
asked me, you know, another event, somebody asked me, but don't you feel that you should recalibrate the eyes of the person every time you change screen because it could change
it does
something?
happen.
Well, and the message didn't come out, didn't pop up, and I didn't feel that. So I'm safer. I'm feeling safer now too because you said the same thing. I mean, you felt
Yeah.
the same. Good.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes,
Thank
that's a
you.
very interesting question.
Marcos,
But iLink is an ongoing calibration eye tracker. So you keep calibrating mostly all the time. You can have access to the eye calibration, and if it's actually necessary, then you
Yeah,
can
then
intervene.
you can
This
intervene.
is not a property of all eye trackers, actually,
Mhm.
in which calibration is just a one-time process until the end of the experiment. So that's a very good question. I'm sorry, but Professor Leonor, just a quick,
yes,
yes,
very interesting.
okay.
All these experiments are very nice. I have only interesting comment for learning teaching goal. You all notice that there is a large pause between the topic and the comment structure. This pause is caused by the more complex processing involved in the comment structure. So we must make this pause. This pause causes some rupture in the international pattern of the clause. But the comment is that the wrong way of teaching how to put commas, semicolon, because our teachers say in Portuguese, quando faz uma paradinha, taca uma vírgula.
Yeah.
They teach like that. And you know that putting the punctuation marks depends upon syntax, not the way we hear. So this pause does not need a semicolon. Okay, it's
Okay,
wrong. It's wrong if we put the semicolon
good.
because it cuts the topic from the comment. No? But so this is only a comment that I think that it's nice to.
It's a relevant comment. Yeah, you have something else to say, Lohani, very quickly?
Sorry.
No, I say it's a very good comment, Professor Leonor. And I'm asking Lohani if she says, if she has something else to say about this, very quickly. No? Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Lohani, for your talk. I think you offered compelling evidence
Thank
that
you.
Brazilian Portuguese is a mixed language in which topics, even Chinese style topics, are very productive. And I think this is important for an important debate among Brazilian linguists. Thank you very much. Now, next speaker is Lilian Hubner from the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio Grande do Sul. Please, Lilian.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure meeting you all here. Thank you for the audience. And I would like to start by congratulating the organizers for this nice event, nice congress, which is really very rich in topics, covers lots of different domains in psycholinguistics. So we will have really nice meetings over these 3 days. Okay. I'll start sharing my. Let's see if it works. Is it working? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
it's great. Maybe you can use full screen mode.
Should be.
Oh, yeah, yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, let's
It
try.
was okay. It was my fault.
Okay. And now, is it okay?
No, now I can't see it.
Okay, just a second. It's just a second. Okay. Cancel. I'm not very used with Meet.
Oh, it's all right.
And now?
It's okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my talk is Literacy and Education Effects on Typical and Cognitively Impaired Aging. Let me see. Okay, 10 sharp, 10 o'clock here. Okay, so the aims or the paths of this presentation are, first, I'll like to talk a little bit of the world and the Brazilian scenarios on literacy and education. Then a discussion on cognitive reserve and scaffolding attitudes to prevent or try to prevent or postpone cognitive decline. Some research evidence on the impact of reading and writing habits and education in typical and cognitively impaired older adults. And finally, some implications on my talk. So starting to talk about the world scenario, we know that healthy aging has been a growing concern worldwide because global population life expectancy is increasing rapidly. And with this increase emerges also a higher rate of dementia, which is associated with the increase in aging. So around 50 million people have dementia, according to the World Health Organization in 2019. And what causes some worry is that nearly 60% of these people live in low and middle income countries. Some risk factors for developing dementia are depression, social isolation, low educational attainment, and cognitive inactivity. So low educational attainment is a risk factor for developing dementia. This causes a lot of concern. And there is some evidence nowadays pointing that reading and writing habits may be stronger factors to avoid cognitive decline, even stronger than the years of formal education. So again, the importance of investing in this. In this graph, we can see a forecast, let's say, of the growth of dementia worldwide. And here in blue, we have this rate associated to a normal increase of aging by 2050. The blue one is relates to high income countries. But see the difference here when we look at low and middle income countries, how huge is this amount of people who may develop dementia by 2050. And we know that education and reading and writing habits are associated to socioeconomic status. And something that we should be concerned about is that many neuropsychological factors are affected by socioeconomic status and reading and writing habits, mainly language, memory, different types of memory, and executive functions. And this should be a concern because if we take wrong or not adapted tests for assessing cognition and language in this population, we may find false positive for cognitive decline diagnosis. So for this population, the tests, cognitive and linguistic tests, should be adapted, or they should have different cutoff points to assess them. Now the Brazilian scenario. Our life expectancy by 2018 was around 76 years of age. Illiteracy rate in Brazil has been decreasing, but is still very high. We have like 11 million illiterate people aged 15 or more who are not able to write or read a simple note. And this is amazing that only 1 in 10 adult Brazilians is considered literate in a proficient way. 1 in 10. And then if we focus on the elderly, illiteracy is much higher among them as compared to the other ages, okay? And then we have some research showing that if parents invest in reading and writing material, and if they themselves have higher rates of schooling, this impacts on the reading comprehension of their children in elementary school. So here, when I talk about literacy, I mean reading and writing habits, more specifically because reading and writing habits encompass these 3 domains that Moraes says that are important constructs, let's say, that literacy encompasses these 3 different domains, which are the capacity of reading and writing with automaticity, the capacity of using language to develop language, to acquire knowledge, to share knowledge, to analyze critically, and also reading and writing competence in specific domains. So when I talk here about literacy, reading and writing habits, I have these 3 different concepts in mind. There is a lot of evidence already showing that illiteracy impacts neuropsychological assessment, and that there is an impact of education in the natural decline during normal aging. And this very nice text by José Moraes at Revista Signo, where it goes in line with his talk of this morning about social inequality when we have differences in literacy. Now I would like to talk a little bit about education, reading and writing habits, and its relation to cognitive reserve. So cognitive reserve is a type of a scaffolding, is a type of a reserve that people have, that they build throughout life for coping with decline. So there are innate factors genetically determined, but a lot of this cognitive reserve depends on us, and it is related to life exposure, to education, reading, writing habits, the type of occupation that we have throughout life, physical and leisure activities, the quality of sleep, nutrition, and social engagement. So here it means that we have we should always see the person as a whole person, a social and individual person. And here we have, just to illustrate, the scaffolding theory proposed by Reuter, Lawrence, and Park in 2014, where I would like to call your attention to some aspects here, because we have to build this scaffolding map. We have what plays here a role is brain structure, which can also be modified by instruction, for instance, by training, and brain function. And then here I would like to call your attention to some keywords like intervention, cognitive training, new learning. And this is nice to say that it's never late to start. Of course, the sooner the better, if we are concerned about this, but it's never late to start. And also here we have multilingualism, education, intellectual engagement as playing an influence on our brain functioning and structure. This is the report brought by a pool of neurologists all over the world, and they published this in 2020 in The Lancet. And then here in the colored part, you can see that 40% of variables depend on us. Let's say they are changeable when we predict people who are prone to develop dementia. So 60% is this in gray, which is genetical, biologically kind of programmed, but 40% are modifiable aspects, where here we include in early life less education, which could correspond to 7% of, it has an impact of 7% in developing, potentially developing dementia. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of this due to time concerns, but and now I would like to bring some empirical evidence on the impact of reading and writing habits and education in language and cognition. So first I would like to show, to present a study by Barbara, who's my doctoral student. She's here attending us. This paper has been submitted on education and reading and writing habits as predictors of oral discourse production in typical aging. So we analyzed in terms of macro and micro structures in discourse, what was the impact of these macro and micro aspects in oral narrative production, the impact of education in reading and writing habits on this. So we had mainly people from medium to low socioeconomic status. Their age varied from 51 to 82. And they answered a questionnaire on reading and writing habits, including an average of exposure to reading material online, considering both online, digital, and printed, like journals, newspapers, magazines, and also in writing. What type of writing and how frequently in weekly average they wrote and read. And then we saw that education contributed to change the variance in 8 of the dependent indexes, the variables that we considered. I'm not going to go through all these numbers because I have a picture later on in the next slide, which is easier to understand. And that the frequency of reading and writing habits impacted a lot on the modalization used. We called modalization here like interruptions in the narrative of the story and of the oral story when people ask it for support, just to check if it was correct or not, or hesitations. And then we see that here you can see the colors for never, no reading, for everyday reading. These are the colors here, the labels. And these are the years of education. So we see that the higher the years of education and the higher the levels of frequency, the frequency of reading and writing, they had lower errors in coherence. They were able to produce more complete content-related propositions, correct uses of ellipses, a higher global coherence level, lower incomplete propositions, lower errors of information, higher local coherence, higher macro propositions, and here reading and writing habits correlated with modalizations. So it's interesting to think that if we have a discourse test like this one, it is because everybody is able to narrate a story, yes, should be able to narrate a story independently of age, independently of reading and writing habits and or of education. But we see how well elaborated is the discourse in oral production when people are more literate and when they have higher habits of reading and writing. And then another study, also based on the sequences of pictures, where we want to analyze the connectedness, speech connectedness of these texts by using graph analysis. Then here we have 150 participants, all healthy participants. And what we see is when we analyze their graph connectedness, we see that their speech, these are indexes of connectivity measured by speech graph. Okay, and then we see that the higher the education and the higher the levels of reading and writing in these healthy participants, more connected is their speech, which is a very interesting result. And just for you to show how these graphs can be represented with this technique, this is a paper that is going to be published now, has just been accepted at Journal of Alzheimer's Disease. Just to show you, when we talk about graph connectivity, this is from this study where we compared this oral production of stories based on pictures. This is a match control. You can see here how connected the speech is. Here it means that all references, they make sense, they are kind of overlapped. It's a nice connected talk, speech. While here you see kind of off-road speeches, words that are not connected to the whole text, that do not make sense, that escape from the main topic of the speech, the text. So a speech graph can very nicely show this connectedness or the lack of connectedness. And now in the previous study that I show you, we want to see how these graphs will be shown when we have higher levels of education and higher levels of reading and writing habits. So this is to be done. We are still analyzing this data, but the data already showed that there is a difference in connectedness. Let me see, I'm not gonna show, I have other two studies, I don't have time because I really need to rush. I just would like to show this study here where we compared controls to mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. And here we have evidence that all of them here, they have low literacy, low reading and writing habits. And we here have this evidence that phonemic verbal fluency shows an impact of education, and even despite of the fact that all of them have low educational level, people with MCI and Alzheimer's disease, they produce much fewer words in the phonemic verbal fluency. Just to mention this, I'm going to go fastly through this. And here I would like to talk about, this is a task that we use, a naming task. And here this is a verbal learning task, where people had to learn words from 4 charts, 16 words. And here, when we compare, this is just to say that when we have a task adapted to low educational level, like this one that we used in the battery that we created, we didn't find differences in naming between 3 types of low educational group. Comparing low education, very low, and high educational level. We didn't see differences in naming, but naming was able to differentiate healthy controls from MCI, mild cognitive impairment, and AD, Alzheimer's disease, in this naming task. Here they all had low literacy, low educational level. So it was a sensitive task to distinguish between clinical groups and healthy groups. Then finally, some implications from my talk is that attention should be given to language and cognitive assessment, because language is used to assess language itself and other cognitive constructs. Therefore, there is a need of the use of adapted tools and or different cut-off points to assess cognition in populations with low socioeconomic status and low educational level. Otherwise, we may have false positives of indicating cognitive decline, which may not be the case. Another point that I would like to highlight is the need of investment in linguistic and cognitive training and stimulation. This is something we are engaged now in our lab, in our group, to work on this, instead of working on rehabilitation. Okay, we should focus on training, like anticipating the onset of problems. And this is a nice fact that we can see here. This is a graph showing cognition in healthy participants throughout a lifespan, okay? And then we see that naming ability, which is related to semantic memory, even increases with aging. This keeps on developing, and this is linked to crystallized intelligence, while working memory, episodic memory, executive functions, they are mostly related to fluid intelligence, and they have a normal decline with aging. So how about working with what is good, what is preserved, to try to enhance these other domains? So since language can be used, and we have already nice literature showing that a work with language development, language training on this task may improve this task, may improve the performance in these tasks. So we should, as linguists, we should work on this. And finally, to finish, we should have more public policies for adulthood and for aging, to work on the prevention, because prevention is less expensive than treatment. Treatment, we have high costs with retirement, healthcare, unemployment, implications for the whole family because of caregivers, people who have to give up their works to take care of people who have dementia. So we should think on start to work more harder on in an investment in literacy and in reading and writing promotion in adulthood and in old age. This would be the take-home, these 3 take-home messages from my talk. These are some of the references I used for this presentation. So, muito obrigada, gracias, merci. Thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you very much, Lilian, for this great talk. Very important research program, especially in these infodemiological times where education is being so neglected and showing the impact on our cognitive reserves of poor mala educación. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we have time for one question or comment very quickly. Oh, Professor Leonor, please, you have to turn on your microphone.
Very nice talk. Thank you, Lilian.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I am 92 years old, but the question is that you spoke about naming, but there is a particular kind of difficulty in name. This is proper names.
Yes.
Are you working with this? This is the
Yes. Excellent question. Thank you, Professor. Yes, it's very hard. Not only names of people, and there are lots of tests associating famous faces to naming. Yes, and we see a decline in aging.
Tip of the tongue phenomena. The name doesn't come.
Yeah. Later on, half an hour later on, and now I remember the name of this famous guy. Yeah, it happens. Yes, especially when we are tired, overwhelmed, and it can happen in any age, in fact. But it's a very good question, and yes, it's the thing is that there are lots of there's lots of research showing that animate people and animate objects are more prone to decline, to deteriorate. And then when you go to children, it's just the same. If we think on our children, when they are starting to learn to name things, like any animal with 4 legs it's vaval, sorry for Portuguese, awau, it's like dog, all because they have 4 legs. And in aging, but especially when we start deteriorating, okay, there is a problem in this in people, like if they have to distinguish a zebra from a horse because it has 4 legs, these details. And why do you associate this specific name to this animal, for instance, or to a fruit or to a vegetable? It's different from an object. For instance, if you have a cell phone, it's easier for you to remember because you also have a noun and a verb associated to an object, because normally you use the object to do something. You use a pen to write. So it's as if it was differently stored, more in a more spread, different features helping you to access this word. Either you go through a verb access or through a noun access. But then when you have an animate object, like a specific type of flower, what can you associate to that name, So that's why animate in general are more prone for us to have problems in naming, and especially faces and people, names of people. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Beautiful. This is really cognition at the interfaces. Thank you very much, Lilian. Our next talk is by Andressa Silva and Aline Fonseca from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Please, Andressa.
Hello, everybody. A pleasure to be here. I'm going to share my screen. Is my presentation working?
Sure. Very good.
Thank you, Marcos. Okay, so today we are presenting the talk, Gapping Sentences in Brazilian Portuguese, Exploring Eye Movements. So in this research, we are studying ambiguity in coordinated sentences in Brazilian Portuguese, in examples such as a Maria visitou a Sara nas férias e a Carla no feriado. In this sentence, we have that the noun, a Carla, is ambiguous. It could have 2 possible readings. It could have a subject reading in which Carla visited Sara during the holiday. So Carla here is the subject. And we have a gapping sentence with the ellipsis of the VP visited Sara in the second conjunct. And we can also have the object reading. So we have that Maria visited Carla during the holiday. So here, Carla is a conjoined object. In psycholinguistic studies, we found experimental evidence for a structural simplistic reference, which is in line with the minimal attachment principle. This means that the object reading seems to be preferred. And this is because this synthetic structure involves fewer nodes in comparison to a subject reading. But the work of Carlson, for example, in American English, manipulated semantic features such as definiteness, animacy, form, number, or gender, between these arguments in the two conjuncts. She argues that manipulating these features, we can influence the interpretation of these potentially gapping sentences. So in a sentence such as Josh visited the office during the vacation and Sarah during the week, we have here that Sarah is semantically more similar to the subject Josh. So Sarah could be understood here as a subject. It could tend to be interpreted as a subject because it's similar semantically to the subject. In B, we have that Sarah is more similar to the object because of the gender. So it could be more interpreted as the object, as a conjoined object. So in the written questionnaire, she showed sentences like this. And in A, for example, she had 40% of subject ratings. So here the semantic parallelism seems to influence the gapping interpretation. And in the other sentence, in B, she had only 4% of subject ratings. Another thing that is said about this difficulty to understand these sentences as a gapping sentence, it could be the absence of context. So pragmatic information, such as context questions, for example, could help to make gapping structure the interpretation of choice. And this is because the context could in part determine what will be the most likely topic of the following sentence. So in this work here in Dutch, they presented context questions such as, what did Maria and Carla do during the holiday? So here they are trying to influence the gapping interpretation. And so when they had a sentence like, Maria visited Sarah during the vacation and Carla during the holiday, this context question was able to increase the number of subject ratings of this sentence. So taking all of this into account, our study is investigating the role of semantic features combined with bias in context. And we want to investigate the role of these features in the processing of these potentially gapping sentences. And we want to answer these two research questions. So when semantic features, parallelism, and context bias a gapping structure, would it become the interpretation of choice? And on the other hand, when semantics and context conflict, which one would be more influent in deciding the interpretation? So we designed an experiment, a reading experiment with eye tracking. We crossed semantic parallelism with context. So we had two types of semantic features. We had subject semantic parallelism or neutral semantic parallelism. And we had two types of bias in context, subject context or object context. So we had 4 conditions. We tested 24 experimental sentences in these 4 conditions. Participants were 28 Brazilian Portuguese adult speakers, and this experiment was carried out on iLink. So here we have the conditions. In a target sentence with neutral parallelism, we have a sentence such as, a Maria visitou a Sara nas férias e a Carla no feriado de carnaval. All nouns are semantically similar here. And we presented this target sentence with 2 types of context. It could be presented with a subject context, such as, fazia tempo que a Maria e a Carla não viam a amiga Sara, or it could be presented with an object context. Fazia tempo que a Maria não via as amigas Sara e Carla. And we also had a subject parallelism sentence, and then we had a sentence such as: a Maria visitou a obra nas férias e a Carla no feriado de carnaval. Here, Maria and Carla are semantically similar. And we could present this sentence with a subject context, such as Maria e Carla estão construindo uma casa, or an object context. Maria é engenheira e é amiga de Carla. So with regard to the procedures, the participants saw on the screen the context sentence with the target sentence below it. So they could read this context sentence and the target sentence for as much time as they judged it was necessary. And when they felt that they understood both context and target sentences, they pressed the space bar, and then the comprehension question appeared on the screen. So they had a comprehension question such as: o que aconteceu no feriado de carnaval? And they had two paraphrases, an object reading paraphrase, a Maria visitou a Carla, or a subject reading paraphrase. So we measured the ambiguous noun, a Carla, and for total fixation duration, we found that in the mismatch condition, object, context, subject parallelism, this condition has lower reading times, but the result was just a marginal effect in this condition. We also look at the fixation count, and we can also see that in this mismatch condition, the ambiguous now had more fixations than in the other conditions, and this effect was significant for this condition. And another part of the sentence that we measured was the final prepositional phrase, no feriado de carnaval. And also here, we found that in the mismatch condition, object, context, subject, parallelism, the total fixation duration was higher here than in the other conditions, but we didn't find any significant differences between these conditions. But we had an interesting result with regard to the regression path duration. In the mismatch condition, object, context, subject, parallelism also had these lower reading times here. And also another condition that showed higher reading times was the condition in which we had subject context, but the semantic features of the nouns were equal. It also had is lower reading times. So we found here an effect of the semantic parallelism and also an interaction between the context and the parallelism, which we can see here in the graph. We also evaluated the interpretation choices, and we can see here in this effect plot the probability of choosing subject interpretation, and only when the context and the semantic features bias a subject reading that we had the majority of subject choices. And then the second condition that had more subject choices was the condition with the subject context, but the semantic features were neutral. But it was very below 50%. So we found significant differences between the four conditions with regard the subject choices. And so we can understand that these results with regard to the ambiguous noun, we can see that the mismatch between the context and the semantic features in OCSP condition might have increased the number of fixation and the reading time in these ambiguous nouns. So this condition seems to be the most difficult to parse between among the four conditions. With regard to the final PP, the prepositional phrase, it seems that the mismatch between the context and semantic features in OCSP condition might have increased this need to reread the final prepositional phrase, as we can see in the regression path duration times. And with regard to the condition subject, context, and neutral semantic features, it also had slow regression path duration times. And this may be because this ambiguous noun was semantically compatible with both the subject and the object. So this condition was the most ambiguous one. So it might be because of this that they needed to read more times the prepositional phrase. With regard to the interpretation choices, we could see that the subject reading, the gap interpretation, was mostly chosen only when the context and the semantic features pointed to this interpretation. That is in this SC-SP condition. And with regard to the condition subject context neutral parallelism, it seems that the semantic parallelism was more influent than the context in this condition, because we saw that this condition received more object readings than the subject readings. So we can conclude that the readers were able to use the context and the semantic features to process and interpret these potentially gapping sentences. And we could also conclude that the context and the semantic features, when combined, they can bias a gapping syntactic structure and make it the interpretation of choice. And in the future, in a follow-up experiment, we are going to analyze this context bias, but combine it with prosodic bias. So here are the references. Thank you for watching.
Okay, thank you very much, Andressa. You took 16 minutes, so we have 4 minutes. Very good. So we have 4 minutes for comments and questions. Please, people. I myself, I mean, I'm acquainted with your work, but I'm always very impressed by the fact that you find semantic effect with a greater impact on computation than the context. So this is something that we have been watching repeatedly in lab studies in which you have more internal computations being affected in the architecture, and people seem to go outside the computation just when they cannot do it in the sentence using the interfaces in the sentence. So this is, again, something very interesting that should be reconsidered in times where connectionism is spreading so fast and the structure is not being so much considered against evidence. So I think this is the time we speak up. Otherwise, we're going to, as we say in Portuguese, we're going to dance, I mean, a structure, and where I think really the important things in human language do happen. Of course, context is important, but pay attention that Andressa is using the more direct online methodology that you can have available, and we see the importance of these linguistic, structural factors on language comprehension during reading on time. So we have the time course. Of course, context is important, but we're talking about the architecture in time course computing, during online computation. So what is accessed first? So that's a great thing, I believe. Congratulations for your talks. If someone else has any comments or questions, maybe we have 1 minute. Okay, then. So in this case, we go ahead to our next presenter, who is right here, Adriana Ries from Unisc, the University of Santa Cruz do Sul in Brazil. So please, Adriana.
Okay. Thank you for being here, you all. I already know some of you, and I'm not very keen on this Google Meet, and I hope I can work with it properly. Can you see it? Can you hear me and see it?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
maybe
then,
you can put it in full mode presentation, Adriana.
So right. Okay.
Thank you.
Is it working?
No.
Well, we can see it, but it's not in full mode presentation.
Not yet, because
if you press this icon right on the right side of your screen at the bottom, and you will go on full mode, which makes it better for reading.
Wait, it's because it is full mode for me, and
okay then. So let's go ahead.
Guys, I'm sorry, it has to be like that because it's full mode for me, and I can't change it right now. Well,
when it's full mode for you, we cannot see when you pass these lights.
Oh gosh. Right. So let's do something different here.
You see this screen on the right side, the bottom right side part of your slide. It should make it full mode.
Wait. Let's see.
It's full mode for her, Marcus.
Yeah, for me it was full mode.
When you start the presentation,
that's the slide.
You select the entire screen.
Let's see if it's gonna go.
Yeah, I selected the entire screen. Yes, let's see full screen now. Let's see it. How is it now?
But not for us. So the only issue is that if you're able to pass the slide, can you try and pass the slide? So
yes, let's do it again. Okay.
If it works for us, it's okay. We just have to get closer to the screen.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, let's see.
So you're not able to pass the slide as. I don't know who is the technician at this session.
Let's do
I am
something
the
different.
monitor.
You're the monitor.
Yes.
So can you help Adriana? Try again, Adriana. Let's just.
Yes. So present your entire screen, right?
Yes.
Now we should be able to see your PowerPoint, but this is not the entire screen, is not full
Yeah,
screen.
wait.
It's just for you to find your slides.
I'm talking about my slides, yes.
Yeah. There's a little screen side on the bottom right side part of your PowerPoint, which you should touch. Adriana?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on because it's not working. Everything is working now. So I'm not going to present my slides for you then. I think I'll just speak.
No, maybe she
let's try. Let's try. Yes, Lilian.
Maybe she could send it to the monitor and then he helps her.
And maybe what we can do, if you can send it to the monitor, and then we'll have the next speaker talk, and then you change.
Okay, all right. I'll be the last one. Yes, I'll be the last one, and then yes, because
I'll send my email in the chat.
Put your email in the chat.
Okay, all right.
Send it to him, and then we should go ahead. And Eloisa Pilati from the University of Brasilia will present, and then you come after Eloisa. Okay, Adriana?
Okay.
So, please, Eloisa.
So let me do it. Let me try. Can you see my presentation?
Oh, sure. It's in full mode. You can do it.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
So hello, good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. And today I'm talk about acquire and learned grammars, Brazilian Portuguese agreement case study. And I will try to make a discussion in terms of nature and nurture. Let me show you what I'm thinking about. So nature and nurture is a dichotomous way of thinking about the origins of human and animal behavior and development, where nature refers to native inborn causal factors that function independent of or prior to the experience of and nurture the experience of the organism. There are several proposals trying to explain or discuss this type of dichotomy. This presentation brings the discussion to the field of linguistics, hence the following terms you've used. When I say nature, I'm trying to speak about acquired or innate linguistic knowledge. And when I say nurture, I'm trying to see something learned and experiential knowledge. So my goals are to present a discussion on verbal agreement in Brazilian Portuguese, considering aspects of nature and nurture, what I'm calling the formal education experience. To recall previous studies and discuss the influence of schooling process on the rate of verbal agreement used in written Brazilian Portuguese. And I want to question previous studies about verbal agreement in written BP. So my research questions are, how does the phenomenon of verbal agreement occur in Brazilian Portuguese? if are there difference between the realization of this phenomenon in formal and in informal contexts, and if are there difference in the frequency of use of this phenomenon according to the degree of formal education. And what does the data tell us about the relationship between nature, nurture, and syntax regarding verbal agreement in Brazilian Portuguese? So, I'm trying to explain what I'm calling nature, né, in a generative grammar approach. Under generative grammar, when we say nature, we are talking about the faculty of language, universal grammar. And Chomsky 2005 says that the biolinguistic perspective regards the language faculty as an organ of the body, along with other cognitive systems. And Chomsky 2005 and 2011 says that there are three interacting factors which determine I language, né? The genetic endowment, the experience, and principles that are language or even organism independent. So, what is verbal agreement? Now, for Corbett, we are following this idea. The term agreement commonly refers to some systematic covariance between a semantic or formal property of one element and the formal property of another. For him, agreement it's clear a matter of syntax, given that the syntactic roles of the involved items are important. So he explained that there are three relevant elements: the controller, the goal, and the agreement domain. So here, in this example, the lamp was standing in the corner. It's in Russian. I cannot say it, but we have the controller, the agreement, the NP lamp, the goal, the verb stand, and the agreement domain is the clause TP. So in Brazilian Portuguese, we have a lot of studies about this subject. And what we see is that in colloquial or in natural speech data, we have subject of this, we have different patterns, three different patterns. We can say full agreement or partial agreement. And this study shows that we have decreasing rates for full agreement in colloquial data. But the data are: os meninos choraram, with full agreement, the boys cried. But we also have os meninos chorou ou os menino chorou, with two different cases of partial agreement. And in this colloquial data, we have also partial agreement with complex NPs or complex DPs structure with partitive lecture, like a maior parte das pessoas saiu, most people left. The tendency is to not to do the agreement. In formal environments, we have the full agreement pattern. So kids in school, they are professors will teach them that they have to make full agreement, as os meninos choraram. And when they have complex NPs in the subject position, we can have both full or partial agreement. A maior parte das pessoas saiu, or a maior parte das pessoas saíram. So the verb can be in the singular or in the plural form. So a lot of variationist studies reveal that both social and linguistic variables are involved in the verbal agreement in Brazilian Portuguese. And they show that there are similar patterns for spoken and written Brazilian Portuguese. In this picture, you can see that the phonic salience, it's very important. It's a very important variable. Verb type, subjects animacity, subject's position, and others. So there are two kinds of variables, linguistic ones and social ones, like sex and age. So, and a lot of studies are showing that BP verbal agreement variation is directed, influenced by the degree of formal education. So in these studies, Rubio will compare 3 different variationist studies, and he shows that the rates of agreement, they will increase during the elementary school. The amount of formal education influences the frequency of agreement. It's the better way to say. So Vieira and Bazenga will show that the relative weight rates from elementary school to college raise, as you can see in this table, from 17 to 79, and from 32 from 68. So it's a fact that the scholarization process will change the rates in the agreement patterns. And we have an interesting study made by Marcellesi and al. They show that highly educated speakers interpret sentence with full and partial agreement as equally functional options in the language. So they don't process this in a different way. So, but we have spontaneous new patterns showed in these studies. Sherry and Naro, 98, will show that when kids are in school, they are taught some pattern, by explicit learning. But there are emerging new kinds of patterns for agreement with complex DPs. So now in written data, we have o endereço das vítimas caiu em mãos erradas e o endereço das vítimas caíram em mãos erradas. The victim's address fell, singular or plural, into the wrong hands. Ou a gente tem a nota dos estudantes foi péssimas, ou a nota dos estudantes foram péssimas, The students' grade were singular or plural, awful. So this is a new pattern which is emerging. There are some hypotheses about this phenomenon. For Bock and Miller, it's a kind of broken agreement. It's a result of process failures. For Paris and MAIA, in European Portuguese, it's an grammatical case. They say that they don't have this kind of structure. And Rodrigues, she says that complex subjects and partial agreement sentences are cases of processing failures due to agreement and attraction. But we want to go to an alternative explanation because Sandoval shows that it cannot be only a processing problem, because if you put collective nouns as heads of the partitive NPs, you have ungrammatical data. So, o álbum das fotos rasgaram, we don't have this kind of sentence. O cardume dos peixes nadaram, it's also ungrammatical. And she will say that if you use certain pronouns or determiners as esse livro de contos infantis estão à venda, it will be also ungrammatical. So we have more or less the same structure, the plural in the second DP, but we cannot make the plural agreement in this case. And she shows another context with single token subjects like a chave dos armários desapareceram, the key to the lockers disappeared, and we cannot have a plural agreement in this third case again. So it's not seems to be not this case of processing or failure in the agreement. It seems to have something more to say about this cases. She will argue that these are cases of multiple token. So when the singular NP head is read as a distributive reference for each of the multiple elements in the PP, thus allowing for plural agreements. So these are cases of multiple token readings. A imagem dos cartões postais ficaram borradas, ou a imagem dos cartões postais ficou borradas. The postcards image got singular or plural, né? Blurry. O rótulo das garrafas estão com erros de português. The bottles labels have an orthographic errors. So, a gente pode falar, we can say, o rótulo das garrafas está com erros ou o rótulo das garrafas estão com erros, né? Because we have this kind of multiple token readings. And she will argue for a special structure to explain this kind of agreement because there are formal problems in the agreement in a minimalist point of view, but I will not discuss this. So what you can affirm so far about this phenomena in Brazilian Portuguese? For one side, and the nurture side, there is a great amount of influence from both the experience and the environment in the use of plural agreement. The students showed it. But the rate of the use increases along with the number of school years the speaker has gone through. But in the other side, in the nature side, we saw that speakers know a lot about abstracted pattern, the syntactic patterns, when they use or don't use verbal agreement. And they observing the formal patterns of the phenomena, use structures that were not theme of explicit teaching, such as the sentence with multiple tokens. So I tried to make the discourse in this phenomenon. I think that it's a good example of the mix between nurture and nature in language and acquisition and learning. And for future works, we have three main questions. What question can this analysis raise towards the discussion on UG access during the schooling process? How is the access to UG during the schooling process? And can Sandoval's analysis be used for other languages? So this is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elo. Very good, beautiful. Agreement is really a very interesting phenomenon. Let me ask if someone has any comments or questions, please. Elo did it in 16 minutes, so we have a few minutes. While you were talking, Elo, I was wondering whether you see any differences in the computation of gender and number agreement. to use a term that Colin Phillips has been using, like people navigate agreement structures differently from binding constructions, let's say, and some are more difficult to compute than others. But I was wondering, like, let's say an example such as a nota dos testes foram péssimas, compared with a nota dos testes foi péssima. Do you think that there might be difference, or foram péssimas? Do you think there's a difference in acceptability in this type of agreement mismatch between number and gender? It seems to me, it's just an intuition, that gender mismatch would be worse. What do you think?
I agree with you. Thank you, Marcus. I stopped in this example, and I was wondering the same question because, but I don't know. I think that when you have a gender agreement, things could be a little bit different, but we have to make a research about that. I have the same intuition, but I really don't know. I think that gender can have a kind of influence, but I don't know. I have to think more about this kind of data. But I stopped in this data when I was preparing.
That struck me too. Very nice,
Yes.
very interesting phenomenon, no doubt about that.
Yes.
Anyone else would like to pitch in and make comments or questions or whatever? Okay, then. So thank you again, Elo, for a beautiful talk. And then we'll try to go back to Adriana now. All right, Adriana? So, Gabriel.
Okay, I'll open my microphone.
Right. Monitor is Gabriel, right?
Right.
And Gabriel has Adriana's slides, I presume.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. So maybe you can project them now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened before because I was trying, I did what I always do. I just opened the 3 dots and then I full screen and the show might go on, but it couldn't, unfortunately. But, okay, here we go again.
Okay, great.
It's working now, so it's always good to have a monitor.
If you want to return a slide or go to the next slide, just say to me, okay? So.
Also, every time that I want to change slides, then I'll tell you.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, I'm gonna talk about context type and lexical quality. And I also worked with eye tracking. I had to learn during these 2 years I was at Unisc, doing a kind of post-PhD. It's not exactly post-PhD, but it was almost like that. And I want to thank FAPEDS and CAPS for that. The time that we still received a scholarship and received some money for doing research, these times today we're not working with this anymore. But well, thanks to these agencies. And okay, Gabriel, can you go on? Right, so the topic of the research that I did at Unisc during these 2 years, 2018, it started 2018, went up to 2020 in the middle of a pandemic. So we investigated the relationship between context type and lexical quality of words by using eye tracking methodology. And in fact, was a study about reading comprehension and ambiguity. We analyzed how students deal when they are reading a text that has ambiguous words. So how the question, the real question was, how do people disambiguate? Because students, we wanted to discover or to check how difficult it was for intermediate students that were reading English as a second language or additional language, if you like. how they worked with this ambiguity, how they dealt with ambiguity. So this was our goal, to discover how people disambiguated while they were reading for comprehension in English as a second language. So it is assumed that reading and comprehension of written text of any language only happen when the words are known and how they relate to the linguistic levels, for example, phonological, syntactic, or semantic levels. Because the theoretical background that we used was about the lexical quality, and lexical quality has of words, of course, of the lexicon. It has to do with knowing phonological, syntactic, and semantic levels. Gabriel, could you go on? Okay, so the lexical quality hypothesis says this is a hypothesis developed by Charles Perfetti from the University of Pittsburgh, where I went in 2014, I think, for the sandwich doctorate program. And he says that, well, the words have qualities that are related to the linguistic levels, and to comprehend the text, we have to understand all these levels of words. So if we want to understand the text, we have to understand about English word formation. We need to understand word order. We need to understand contractions, suffixes, prefixes, morphology, all that. So this is the Perfetti's hypothesis. So comprehending relates to knowing the words. So it's like a local comprehension from the global in terms of reading comprehension. Gabriel, could you go on? Well, the objectives then were analyzing reading comprehension and lexical ambiguity. So the first thing is ambiguity a real problem? Because it could be that, well, perhaps ambiguity polysemy is not a problem. It could be, we don't know. People could just read and disambiguate automatically. We don't know that. Well, then we wanted to relate lexical quality. Knowing this, how much we know about the words, to lexical knowledge. Do we know about the words? So how much do we know, specifically intermediate students? Because as I will say again, this is a study with intermediate proficiency students of English as a second language. We wanted to discuss context because, okay, every time that we don't understand something, we are reading a text and then there is a word that we don't know. What do we do? Oh, okay, we can check the context. Let's try to guess the word from context. This is what we are always told to do. Okay, try to understand or guess from the context. But what is context? So we also wanted to discuss the concept of context, and we decided to use this classification of the authors from the University of Pittsburgh too, that they classified the 4 types of context that I'm going to talk a little bit later on. And so this is our idea was also discuss context and associating lexical quality to context types. So to what extent is the context related to this knowing the words? Is there an easier context? Is there a certain kind of word that is more related to a certain context? So how are they intertwined? How is context intertwined with lexical quality? Gabriel, could you go on? So as I said, this is based on the lexical quality hypothesis by Perfetti, and also by this classification of Back, McCown, and Cookon, they are all from the University of Pittsburgh doing different researches there, but they are all related to reading comprehension. And the 4 types of context that they classify is the general context, where we understand from the whole text. So to understand, we usually, if we don't know something, if you don't know a word, then if we reread again the whole text again, or the whole paragraph again, I mean, from the general idea of it, then we can understand. The directive context is when there is a word that goes straight to the point. So there is something I don't know, but there is perhaps the semantic cue or something that goes straight to the point, that is directive, that shows what the meaning of the word, the unknown word is. The indirect context is more problematic, and this, in the end, we saw that it was really more difficult. So the indirect context seems to be the most difficult one, because we have to use our inferential abilities. So we have to produce an inference to understand this context, because it is indirect. So there is no clue. You are reading, you don't know the word, and simply the context doesn't help. It doesn't say anything. So you really have to produce an inference. So you should have to reread it again, and you would have to use other cues for producing this inference. And the deviant context is also very problematic, because there is something in it that it's like it produces a curve that it deviates you from the point. So for some reason, it doesn't help at all. And there is no clue on about how to guess what the meaning of the unknown word is. Okay, Gabriel, go ahead. Well, then to analyze then the ambiguity during reading comprehension in English as a second language, we used first we conducted this this research using the quiz, the typical quiz of reading habits, because we have to know what are the habits of our participants, if they are what level, how much reading they usually do, if they read very little or more, if they usually read in English or more in Portuguese, if they read using internet or books. I mean, the kind of reading habits they have, if they read more books or read magazines. Then eye tracking, we used eye tracking as but it is not because Lorrane and I think Andressa, I don't know, but they used the visual paradigm, and I didn't use the visual paradigm. I used the reading paradigm, that it's a little bit simpler. I think for them, Lorrane had to control a lot of variables, because she had audio stimuli, she had visual stimuli, and also the inferencing, also the answering the questions that they asked during her research. Here was a little bit, well, I wouldn't say it's simpler, but less complicated, because we just controlled our variables of eye movements. So we just tracked the eye movements, and we didn't have audio, for example. So it's a little bit less complicated for us in terms of analysis. So we use the eye tracking SMI 250 megahertz, and it's the remote, so it's just in link to the notebook. And we also, in the end, after the eye tracking session, we also conducted the verbal protocol, where students had to verbalize what they thought and how they felt, or what they comprehended from the paragraphs they read. Okay, Gabriel, go on. So what they had to do was we had 26 participants, all from the University of Pittsburgh. So we had 3 groups. Group 1 was aged, as you can see on my slide. Group 1 is 7 participants. Group 2, 7, also 7 participants. And Group 3, 12 participants. They were from different levels. They were all intermediate levels in terms of English as a second language or foreign language or additional language, if you like. They were all from the same proficient levels, but they were from different ages, as you can see. And but they were all somehow they were part of the community of Unisc, University of Santa Cruz. So what we did then, they sat in front of the computer screen where we had the remote eye tracker, and they had to read 4 paragraphs, and each paragraph had a word that was ambiguous. The 3 words were record, track, and light. Okay, so Group 1 read 4 texts with the word record. Group 2 read 4 texts or paragraphs with the word track. Group 3 read 4 paragraphs with the word light. Why 4 paragraphs? Because each paragraph was related to a certain context. So this ambiguous word appeared in a different context. So the word record appeared in the first paragraph in the direct context. The second paragraph had presented the word record in the indirect context. The third paragraph appeared or presented the word record in the deviant context. So and so on and so. This happened to the word track, and this happened to the word light. So this was the design of our experiment, where the eye tracker then recorded the eye movements, tracked the movements. And for our analysis then, we just, there were many things to be analyzed, but of course that we had to cut our object. And we analyzed the variables of fixations in the words that we selected. So the number of fixations of record, track, and light, and the number of fixations, the duration of the fixations, number and duration of fixations in these polysemic words. And also we analyzed the regressions. And the regressions, not only if they regressed or not, but the amplitude of these regressions, because we were interested in understanding to what extent it is necessary to return to the context. Because regressing means going back to the context. Well, then, Gabriel, go on. This is an example of our experiment. As I said, the eye tracker was the SMI, and the paragraphs were short. We didn't want to use very long paragraphs because for example, high school students, they were very nervous because they were feeling that they were being tested. Of course, the objective was not that. We explained that it was not a test, but even though they were adolescents and they felt like that, so and I think they wouldn't have much patience to be in front of the computer and read a lot of text in this artificial situation of testing. So we tried to use very short paragraphs. And so this is an example of the word record. And in fact, here, record, of course, it's a very polysemic word, and it has to do with criminal record. But you see that, if you can see, it is very little. It was not even fixated. So this is something interesting that we realized, that very often people don't realize that there is an ambiguity. Because we automatically disambiguate when we know the words. And of course, and probably criminal record didn't appear to be something very problematic for them. They could automatically understand when. So that's why the importance of knowing the words when you are comprehending something, when you are reading for comprehension. Well, I think every time you read for comprehension, in fact, there is no reading without the object of comprehending. Okay, Gabriel, go on. Well, I hope you can. I usually speak very fast. I hope you can follow that. But after all this experiment, the 3 tasks that we did, the quiz, and then the recording of the registering and recording of our trackers, and the protocols, we triangled these 3 results, and then the outcomes that we had. Of course, we're going to publish. There is something already published. There are some articles already published with this research. I'm being very fast here because we are short of time in these events always, but there is already something more conclusive to read. And the outcomes that are this. It was concluded that most participants did not realize the ambiguity. As I said, for example, in that example that I showed you, they simply didn't realize there was an ambiguous word. Record for them was something very easy to understand, probably because it was with criminal records, so it was a compound noun, so it became easier for them. So they didn't realize the ambiguity, and they hardly moved the eyes regressively. So as we can, the experiment showed that eye movements really relate to comprehending, because record was not problematic for them, so they didn't have to regress, they didn't fixate, because they didn't have to. Why would they do that? They didn't have to. So they hardly moved the eyes regressively, so that they integrated the ambiguity into the context during the stimulus. Because here, integrating the ambiguity, when we do a regression, it's because that we need to reread, and if we don't go back again, if you don't go backwards again, then it means that we integrated this word into the context, so we comprehend it. So integration means comprehending, when you could integrate that word that you regress to the context. Another result is that the graduate students tended to be better comprehenders. They made many more movements than the others. So in general terms, in the number of fixations that that resulted, the graduate students fixated much more than the adolescents, for example. Although the adolescents read much faster. So it makes sense. Adolescents read very fast, and they comprehended more or less. That's what they said in the verbal protocols, while the graduate students made a lot of fixations, fixated very much. They said in the protocols that they comprehended the texts, the paragraphs they read. So it has to do, it's associated that the more fixations, the more movements you make, the tendency, to a certain extent, the tendency is to comprehend better, because you are trying to comprehend what you are reading. If you, like adolescents that read very fast, hardly ever they made movements. So in the end, they said, well, we didn't understand very well. Through the analysis of the heat maps provided by the eye tracking, we also analyze with heat maps, not on the durations, well, of course, with the duration, but we also used heat maps to understand the duration. So the hotter, the more, the longer they fixated. So provided by the eye tracking technology, it was found that whenever there was a need for eyes regressions as contextual support, the most frequent type was the indirect context. What I mean here is that we discovered that the indirect context had more fixation. Why is that? The indirect context in the end showed to be the most difficult context, and where the polysemy appeared more, and where the students had really more, they fixated more, they had more problems in the protocols. They said, well, this paragraph I didn't understand very well, and this paragraph was the indirect, where the paragraph had presented an indirect context. So indirect context seems to be the most, at least in this research, seem to be the most difficult context, more than the deviant context, because the hypothesis that at least I had in the beginning of my research was that, okay, deviant context, where you have absolutely no clues of context, then it would be more difficult, but it's not. It didn't appear to be indirect context, where you have to produce an inference.
Adriana, you have 24 minutes so far, so maybe you would like to wrap up very briefly.
Okay, all right. And then, because I think this is the last one, so this this result leads us to believe that when the reader faces a reading problem, such as this, while we were reading, we face a reading problem, such as this ambiguation. Ambiguity is a reading problem, and disambiguation is the task that you have to do while you are reading, that your brain has to do while you are reading. So processing the lexicon is automatic for good readers. However, when they need to use the context, the greatest difficulty is the inferential one. I think, Gabriel, do we have another one? Okay, so this is the last, I think. When students disambiguated, they comprehended. So disambiguation is positive. We have to do that to comprehend. Disambiguation is somehow problem solving. So it's like, in terms of processing, it would be like problem solving, because it is linked to inferential reasoning. So you have to use your inferential skills, just like you do when you do some activity of problem solving. The most difficult context is the indirect, because it requires inferencing. And the students don't always realize they need to disambiguate, as I said before, because we do that at automatic when we know the words. And the most frequent the word is, the most direct the context is. So the better readers we are, the most frequent we see the words. So the context becomes direct, and it is not problematic. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You used the 25 minutes, so we won't really have time for discussions. It's a pity, but it's an interesting talk, in accordance with Hayona and colleagues' findings, that you have more structural readers. You studied the graduate students, right? They have more lookbacks and fixation latencies, so it's very interesting. Thank you very much. We'll go straight to the next speaker, who is Camila Leite from the University of Uberlândia, Brazil. Please, Camila.
Hi, good morning. I'm glad to be here. I'm share my print. Do you see my presentation?
Good, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to present here an excerpt of a master's thesis. This presentation is titled Comprehension of Oral Speech Produced by Deaf Individuals. The complete work is titled The Characterization and Perception of Prosodic and Intonation Aspects of Reading Assertive and Yes-No Question Sentence Produced Orally by Deaf Subjects. The research object is the oral production of assertive and interrogative sentences by deaf people, produced by deaf people in the city of Uberlândia, Minas Gerais, compared to the hearing speakers and to those described for Brazilian Portuguese. The first part of the research includes a prosodic and intonational analysis of the oral production of deaf people, deaf subjects. Two groups of participants were recorded, a group of deaf speakers and the control group of listeners. Each of participants read 3 different tests in which assertive and yes-no question sentence composed of intonational phrases of different size were inserted, like this, here in Portuguese. On this slide, I present the evaluated statements. As you can see, there are 3 of intonational phrases, short, medium, and long for each size, and have the assertive and the yes-no question. These statements were inserted in texts for reading. In addition, we made 2 texts for each statement size. One in which the statement appeared first, and the other in which the yes-no question appeared first. 6 texts were recorded by each participant in this first stage of production. Then here we have Sua mãe toma banho com o som ligado, a short. Medium, sua amada mãe toma banho com frio, com o som velho ligado, alto. And long, sua amada e adorada mãe tomava banho extremamente frio, com o som muito velho ligado bem alto. And the yes-no question. After the acoustic observation of the data in the PRAT program, we conclude that the prosodic patterns found in the oral productions by the deaf subjects are similar to those the control group and to those described in the literature in the area. The tonal structure found was characterized by the statement modality, but deaf speakers produce smaller peaks, F0. When we found this result, we thought, would the listener identify the assertive and yes-no question modalities produced by the deaf speakers as this modality? Then, our question now becomes, does the intonational pattern of oral production of a deaf person's speech correspond to the intonation pattern of listeners so that the deaf can be understood by a listener? Our hypothesis was the listeners who will judge the sentence produced orally by the deaf will not identify them as of the modality to which they belong. Our objective at this point in the research was to test how listeners perceive the oral production of the deaf subjects. We based our work on prosodic phonology and intonational phonology, in addition to the works describing the modal intonation of Brazilian Portuguese, like Moraes, Castelo e Frota, Soares, Miranda, Cunha, and others. We had two stages in our methodology: a production stage and a perception stage. I'm just going to describe here only the perception stage methodology. We had, for this time production perception stage, we had 12 target statements, 6 assertives and 6 yes/no questions, 24 statements produced by hearing speakers with the same structure, syntactic structure, 12 assertives and 12 yes/no question statements, and 12 non-target statements produced by deaf subjects, the same subjects that produce the target statements. The test was performed on the JotForm platform. The link was made available through email and WhatsApp, and people who received the link were asked to pass it on. The platform allows for broad participation and guarantees the participants' anonymity. Only one reply per IP was allowed. Is that a good platform? Then here we have an example, like the participants saw the text. They judge the audios on a scale where 1, it's a question, 2, sounds like a question, 3, I'm not sure if it's a question or a statement, 4, sounds like a statement, and 5, it's a statement. Then the application presented the alternatives, and the participant should select the one he agrees with the most. Well, discussion here. In total, we have 120 people, participants in the test, and I will show you only some results here. Here we have descriptive analysis of the average of answers for yes/no question. And when we look at the mean, we have the results for the deaf here in left and the hearing on the right. Here we have some results about the descriptive analysis of the mean of answer for affirmatives. Then, like the other slide, we have the deaf on the left and hearing on the right, hearing speakers. Well, based on the data presented, some data presented, it is possible to affirm that the participants who judged the audios had difficulty in identifying the modality of productions for the deaf speakers. This does not happen when judging the data of the hearing speakers. Statistical tests were performed that pointed to greater instability around the average of the deaf speakers' audios compared to the audios of hearing speakers. Then I will initiate my considerations. This is our question. Does the intonational pattern of oral production of a deaf person's speech correspond to the intonation pattern of a listener so that the deaf can be understood by a listener? Then, supported by the results of our perception test, we consider that the listeners who judged the sentence produced orally by the deaf were not able to identify correctly their modality. In the 12 sentences judged, the target, the average, the answers was close to the unidentified, or unsure values for each modality. Then I think this is the last slide. The average of all sentences were close to 3, which marks doubt on the consideration of the statement heard. Therefore, we conclude that the deaf subjects presented prosodic and intonation aspects in their oral production, which cause an assertive or a yes-no question statement not to be perceived as such. And thank you, my email, and here my references. This is a part of a biggest work, then I'm fast.
It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, we have time for questions and comments, please.
I got curious. Were the deaf speakers of sign language?
Yes, fluently.
Do you know, Camila, you personally know sign language?
A little bit, but my student, yes.
Okay.
This work, I was supervised.
Right.
Supervised.
Anyone else? Marilia, please.
Hi, Camila. I just have a quick clarification question. In the beginning of your talk, you mentioned modality. So modality here is affirmative versus interrogative, right? Just to clarify.
Yes, only this.
Okay, thank you.
And interrogative, only yes, no question was tested.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Still have a couple. Okay, then, thank you very much, Camila, beautiful. So we'll go straight to Julia Justino, who is our next presenter. Please, Julia.
Hello. I'll just share with you my presentation. Okay. No. Sorry, should I put uma guia or for a PowerPoint presentation?
Gabriel?
It's in Google Chrome?
Yeah, but the presentation is in PowerPoint.
You can put the entire screen.
Entire screen, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
You just will not see us,
Yeah, and then
Google
you
Meet,
can put okay.
but the presentation will appear well.
Thank you, Gabriel. Let's see, Julia.
Can you say it?
Sure.
Okay. So.
But I think you have to. Okay, now. Good.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, so, hello everyone. So today I'm presenting some preliminary data from my PhD project about the impact of acquiring and developing reading skills on adults' eye movements behavior under the guidance of Professor Regine Kolinsky. Well, so I would like to start contextualizing a little bit and talking about why did we choose to study eye movements behavior of literate or semi-literate adults during reading acquisition. Well, so most part of theoretical models of reading development have resulted from offline research or computational models. And we think that eye movement data can provide a more detailed and understanding of the changes in implicit cognitive mechanisms that underlie the progression from beginning to skilled readers. And why are we focusing on adults? So most studies investigating eye movements during reading are based on data provided by adults, typical readers, and children acquiring and developing reading skills. Despite the small number of studies with children, great progress has been made towards the understanding of oculomotor and online written language comprehension in this group, but still we have no study that has tracked or investigated the development of reading skills and their impact on illiterate or semi-literate adults' eye movement behavior. And such data can be extremely informative with respect to models of reading development. Although some researchers claim that children may have more difficulty controlling their eye movements due to the immaturity of their motor skills, there are still some researchers who affirm that the differences in those individuals' eye movements behavior during reading is not caused by their physiological immaturity or less precise eye movements, but are the result of their poor reading skills. Yet it's still very problematic to affirm that whether some of these differences are or are not due to some extent to their chronological age, once this variable has not been isolated in eye movement studies. So take this into account. A study with adult beginning readers can provide clearer results regarding the impact of chronological age-related and physiological maturity on eye movements during reading. So our main goal is to contribute to the understanding of reading development by analyzing the effects of chronological and reading age to the development of oculomotor control during reading. So learning to read has a strong impact on brain organization, cognitive abilities, and behavioral aspects such as eye movements. In previous literature, we can see many differences between children and adults' eye movement behavior. So here we have just some examples. So normally, beginning readers have more and long fixations than skilled readers. They present shorter saccades, more regressions, they skip less words, and they have also a smaller perceptual span. Here we'll focus on fixations only, and on fixations specifically during word recognition. So we can find in the literature many variables affecting word recognition, and frequency and length are probably the most well-documented findings in this regard. So we know that long words are fixated longer than short words in general, but that this effect is stronger in children who also refixate more times. We know also that beginning readers present normally an interaction of frequency and length. Regarding frequency, we know that rare words are fixated longer than frequent words. Children present early and late effects about frequency. So early effects would be first fixations or gaze duration, and late effects, total time of fixation. And adults present normally later effects, so total time of fixation regarding frequency. Also, skilled readers rely more on word frequency than poorer readers. And all these differences between skilled or beginning readers regarding length and frequency are due to the fact that beginning readers normally can't rely only in lexical strategy to decode or recognize a word, as frequency, for example. They also have to rely on sublexical strategies like length or regularity. So taking this into account, we prepared a task using a movement recording. So this experiment was run in the French-speaking part of Belgium with 14 adults in basic education. They had a really low level of literacy. Unfortunately, we couldn't have more participants due to the corona crisis. About the materials, we had 48 target words, and all these target words were manipulated regarding regularity. So we had regular and irregular, frequency, frequent and rare words, and length, short and long words. And all these 48 words were embedded in imperative frame sentences, like this one you can see here. I'll read the translation of it. It was, of course, presented in French. So tell me if a marathon is an activity that we can do. So here, for example, marathon is our target word. The participants would read it out loud while the eye tracker was recording their arm movements, and they would also answer the question in order to check their engagement and their attention in the task. So they would say, tell me if a marathon is an activity that we can do, yes, no, or I don't know. And we analyzed 4 dependent variables: first, average, and total fixation, and also number of fixations. Here I have some results. So regarding frequency, we have an effect on total fixation time and number of fixations. So these participants would fixate more and longer rare words than frequent words. And we have the same for length. So total fixation, again, a number of fixations. They fixated more times and longer long words than short words. And regarding regularity, we only have an effect on number of fixations. So they would fixate more times irregular words than regular words. Well, so these adults, as skilled readers, they seem to present a late effect, a total fixation time effect of frequency and length. They also presented a significant effect in all the other dependent measures regarding number of fixations. We couldn't find any interaction between frequency and length, as other researchers had found in children. And the results suggest that these adults might still be relying on both lexical and sublexical strategies to recognize words, but still we need more studies in order to understand better the role of chronological and reading age and eye movements during word recognition. And as future directions, we intend increasing the sample size, compare this population with other populations, such as adult skilled readers as control group and children in the same reading age, and also tracking these participants longitudinally if possible. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Beautiful. Any questions or comments on Julia's interesting talk? I was just wondering whether about the rate of lookbacks you found in the adults.
Sorry?
I was wondering about the regressive movements, lookbacks.
Yeah. I still intend to analyze the regressive movements, actually, yes.
Okay. All right. We still have time for comments or questions. So thank you again, Julie. Beautiful talk. And we'll go again to Camila Leite, Oberlândia.
Again, hi again. I will share my screen. Okay, this presentation's title is Phonology Processing in Becoming Literate Adults Diagnosed with Intellectual Disability. This research arose from a teaching experience in the Youth Education and Adults Project, EJA, here in Brazil. Educação de Jovens e Adultos. The project is a partnership between RIESS, here in Uberlândia University, and the CAPS, Community Center and Culture of the Unit Center for Psychosocial Care. The class identified here as EJA, CAPS, consisted of the adult users diagnosed with mental disorders and who wished to be literate or simply be inserted into a formal education context. Among the becoming literate, some had intellectual disability, ID, and therefore manifested language deficits and atypical learning. Given this and the context of literacy in which these subjects found themselves, we sought to investigate from a cooperative perspective between psycholinguistics and phonology. The phonological processing in this case of intellectual impairment in order to verify to what extent limitations in phonological capacity interfered with the development, reading, and writing in these subjects. Well, what is intellectual disability? Here, intellectual disability is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by limitation in several cognitive functions, such as consciousness, attention, orientation, memory, intelligence, and language. Impairment in any of these functions affects adaptive behavior of or functioning, that is, the ability to develop conditionally to environmental stimuli related to patterns of communication, sociability, and academic and professional learning, which regard to language, there is a delay in the acquisition and development of the various linguistics process, like phonological, morphological, syntactic, semantic, and discursive, manifested both in production, speech, and writing, and in comprehension. According to clinical practices, adults diagnosed with ID on which this research was used fit in the light level 1, the least severe. The precariousness of abstractive thinking, executive function, and short-term memory registered in this clinical condition corroborate the later educational diagnosis of learning difficulties made by the multidisciplinary team involved with the Asia class. The language disorders of these students consisted of cognitive impairment of language, speech disorder, and social communicative disorder. In the context of classes, the limitation on concreteness of the active lexicon, pragmatic disorientation, and the difficulty of automating new contents were identified by their teacher. Research of this work, Camila Severino, my student. And during literacy, cognitive deficits emerge and they limit reading and writing development. Considering the role of phonology and in learning these skills, the investigation of this the phonological aspect of linguistic processing contributes to a better understanding of language limitations. Learning the alphabet system occurs as a result of the functioning of the brain architecture of reading. This metaphor explains that the letter recognition involves a grapheme-phoneme mental association authorized by the previously established phonological representation. In this sense, the decoding of orthographic information into phonological data depends on the awareness of the phonological system, the prior formation of the phonological memory, and the ability to recover the stored product, the output. Well, the phonological processing, mental processing operation, oral or written language, therefore, is constituted by three aspects: phonological awareness, phonological memory, and lexical access. Limitations in any of these abilities interfere with typical language development. In the context of literacy, the investigation of this case is essential to understand the impact of deficits on learning to read and write, in addition to proving clues for the development of more efficient intervention models for becoming literate with problems in linguistic processing. Our questions, first, which cognitive functions impaired by ID interfered with linguistics process, especially phonological processing? What are the language disorders caused by ID, and how did they compromise the linguistic process, especially the phonological one? How was the phonological process performed? To what extent did limitations in phonological process interfere with the development of reading and writing in these subjects? Our objective was to verify to what extend the limitations in linguistic process, especially the phonological one, affected the learning of reading and writing into adults learning to read and write with ID in the Asia class. Then a case study. We have adopted a range of studies from psycholinguistics and phonology to address cognitive process related to literacy. Here I show some, but I need to pass. We built an exploratory study with psychometric evaluation and observational method, in which the two become literate with ID frame, categorized as a main group, were submitted to 5 psychometric tasks and observations during classes. During 6 months in 2019. To better understand their learning, the secondary group was formed consisting of adults with ID too, but these adults were literate in childhood. In the main group, they don't. Subject to the same psychometric tasks and observations. Due to the pandemic, it was not possible to perform the same tasks with a control group of healthy subjects. So the data was compared to the performance already recorded by previous national and international research. Furthermore, the phonological processing of the two groups was compared with other Brazilian populations, such as adults and elderly people with typical learning and different levels of education, and the children with typical and atypical learning. In addition to observation from where the material for the naturalistic data was extracted, we selected 5 psychometric tasks to characterize the phonological processing and its relationship with the reading and writing of the participants. Phonemic verbal fluency, rhyme intruder, and initial phonemic intruder, tests of reading, dictation, and grammatical judgment. The first 2 tasks served especially to characterize the processing. The last 3 served to characterize the processing in reading and writing. The characterization of this scenario also depends on the comparison with performance of secondary group, composed of adults with ID, like I said before. These were also students from Asia class and were subject to the same psychometric tests. Then comparing childhood literacy and late literacy of the subjects with ID made it possible to understand the phonological processing with this, within this cognitive condition, and in these 2 distinct intervention situations. And understanding phonological process made it possible to understand its effect on formal learning and the objective of the research. Well, I passed that slide, but because here's more important. The collection of psychometric data took place in 3 stages. The first stage aimed to characterize the phonological processing and phonological memory and phonological aspects and phonological awareness, and consisted of 2 tasks: phonemic verbal fluency and rhyme intruder and initial phonemic intruder. The second and third stages had, respectively, the objectives of characterizing the phonological processing in reading and in writing. Unfortunately, we will not have time for detailed description. It's a long study. Then we will skip to the discussion. Here. And GP is a main group. Then the main group, the first stage, the main group was significantly worse than the secondary group in the phonemic verbal fluency tasks, and leveled with the secondary group in the rhyming intruder and initial phonemic intruder task. This demonstrated that the phonological awareness skill has less influence on schooling than the phonological memory and lexical access skills, since these two proved to be better developed in the second group and deficient in the main group. There was interference from the linguistic deficit of speech in the main group, but the same did not occur with the secondary group, which attested to greater vocal readaptation by the secondary group. There was interference of abnormal cognitive functions like attention, memory, psychomotor activity in the main group, but the same is not true for the secondary group, which could suggest positive cognitive reversal in secondary group. About the second stage, it was found that the main group read letters and the secondary group read texts. The P01 was a subject. The main group was in partial alphabetic level, and the P02, the other subject, in pre-alphabetic phase, and the secondary group in consolidated alphabetical phase. The manifestation of limitations in phonological abilities occurred for both groups. However, for the main group, it focused on the context of phonological items, graphemes and phonemes. For secondary group, it appeared at the lexical and syntactical level. In the tests that both groups performed, letter and syllable reading, there was a significant intergroup difference in the variables of time and correctness. Hence, it is valid to state that the main group had reduced phonological processing skills compared to secondary group. In text reading tests performed only by the secondary group, failures in phonological processing were discovered, especially in phonological awareness. In the regard, the hypothesis of intellectual limitations as a fundamental cause of the delay in overcoming these phonological difficulties would be valid, as the participant already knew how to read, but his reading reflected evidence of deficient attention, memory, psychomotor activity, and thinking. Reading performance was positively related to childhood literacy and age variables, but not to years of schooling, as younger people had better performances regardless of the number of years in the Asia class. However, as this is not a longitudinal study, the lack of a relationship between progression in reading and schooling time cannot be affirmed. Here. Now about the third stage. In the writing tests, the secondary group performed better than main group. First, because he was able to perform the dictation task. Second, because it scored better in the grammatically judgment tasks. In the judgment task, both groups had insufficient performance, demonstrating an incipient phonological and spelling knowledge. As for writing, the main group attested to the logographic phase, and the secondary group attested to the consolidated alphabetical phase. As for phonological processing and writing, the secondary group had its abilities less affected by the conditional for ID, confirming improvement as a result of literacy in childhood. However, as in reading tests, writing tests, especially dictation, revealed flaws in phonological awareness. Marcos, I have time?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
You have to wrap up. You have almost 20 minutes, but you can finish, and there will be no discussion.
And I'm going to finish the last.
All right, please. Just wrap up.
Okay. Studies between healthy and clinical populations have shown a positive effect of schooling on brain organization, including evidence for neuroplasticity and recycling. The first concerns the specialization of structures. The second deals with the relocation of functions to non-original structures. In the case of this research, the brain plasticity of adults with intellectual disabilities who were literate in childhood placed them in terms of phonological processing aligned with adults without mental disorder and learning problems, literate in childhood or later. Faced with early education intervention, the maturation of genetically or postnatally deficient structures at the proper time of individual development resulted in functioning equivalent to the maturational result of a healthy brain. And to finish, analysis of psychometric tests data and classroom observations revealed that the phonological processing of adults with ID who were literate in childhood suffered less interference from language deficits. In fact, there was a significant loss for only one participant during the word and test reading tests in relation to fluency. This suggests that literacy had reversed most language problems expressed at the phonological levels, such as articulatory disorder, phonological disorders, and fluency disorders. I'm sorry for extend my presentation, and thank you, my email and my references.
Thank you, Camila. Thank you very much. Congrats on the quality of your work. We should go ahead because we're running late. So now we're going to call immediately Marília Uchoa Cavalcante, Daniela Silva Garcia, and Kátia Abreu. Marília and Daniela are from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and Kátia is from the State University of Rio de Janeiro. Please, Marília.
Can you see it?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So thank you all for being here. I thank you for the great group that we're having today. So our topic is Reading Wars, the Alphabetic Principle for the Deaf. So our goal here is to present a review of the basis for reading, school literacy methods, and how they impact the deaf population. So the motivation for this research was first the PNA, the policy, the national policy for literacy in Brazil, that was published in April 2019. Then there was a discussion from the Ministry of Education in September 2019, discussing how phonics could be used for the deaf population. So in the first publication, April 2019, they proposed that schools can voluntarily adopt phonics. And then in September, they started this discussion. And then in October, the ANPOL group, the National Association of Postgraduates in Letters and Linguistics, wrote a letter, the work group of Libras, they wrote a letter going against this discussion, disagreeing with the phonics method for the deaf. So we wrote a paper last year discussing these issues involving the deaf community. So this is the motivation for today's presentation. So Castles et al. 2018 is going to talk about two important topics in reading. So alphabetic principle, symbol to sound mapping, function of orthographic depth, that allows us to make generalizations and facilitates future learning. They also discuss the development of fluent word recognition skills, the importance of experience, orthographic learning, and lexical quality, which was already discussed today. Okay, so reading wars is a topic on the wars on method, right? Reading methods, right? So on one side we have whole language, and on the other we would have phonics. So one way to see it, you would go from text to word, and then maybe smaller portions, and then from phonics you would go to phonemes, to words, and then later on to bigger portions of language, right, and text. But how do we categorize those two poles of discussion for the deaf community? So when you think about the alphabetic principle, we can summarize the alphabetic principle with this quotation that says, parts of written forms correspond to parts of spoken forms. Now, letters or multiletter graphemes correspond to phonemes. And here we have the triangle model that encompasses these three elements: orthography, phonology, and semantics. So, but when we think about the alphabetic principle and the facilitation and that we observe in hearing children, we know that phoneme sounds, spoken forms, are available to those children. But we could think that in the process of learning to read, mastering the alphabetic principle is important for children who can access the sound input, but other strategies may be used for the deaf community. So we have here a graph just to illustrate that they would start at the same point, right? And then the blue would be the hearing kids, and then the red would be the deaf kids. And then they would go slower because they would not go, they could not map sound to print, but they might, with other strategies, get to the same point, right? So we have studies, for example, from Ballinger and Reiner, 2015, and they note that deaf skilled readers, adults, they have a larger visual window of viewing, read larger chunks of sentences, and encode characters quicker than hearing adult skilled readers. So there is a visual advantage that could be used in benefit of the deaf community. So a question that doesn't seem to have completely been answered is Does the mapping between print and semantic content for deaf individuals undergo a stage of phonological route of the target language? If yes, then either effective reading for the deaf demands oralization, right? The ability to lip read and to produce orally, or it is not possible. And if not, that is, if we don't go through a stage of phonological route of the target language, then it is possible to achieve effective reading without going through phonological processing. Okay, so we have this question. And then some studies are going to relativize the role of oralization and grapheme-phoneme association in the acquisition of writing. And then others are going to show that access to the global visual form of the word alone does not seem to be correlated with effective acquisition. So here we have a quote from Petito and colleagues in their paper from 2016, and they state that the crucial link for early reading success is not between print and sound, but between print and the abstract level of language organization that we call phonology, signed and spoken or spoken. And here we have a model for that is presented in this paper, a model of the core components of reading in young sign-exposed deaf children. And here I have to remind you that she's not stating that this is all there is in reading, but in comparison to the triangle model, you can see that this triangle is much more populated, much more complex than we first observed, right? So we observed that there is orthography that connects to sublexical English forms and sublexical ASL and finger spelling and English mouthing gestures and English lexical morphosyntax and semantics and ASL lexical morphosyntax. So it's a very complex model. So again, Petito states that the child early life experience with linguistic segmentation and related processes that is key and that permits the child the profound insight that letters on the page are standing for segmentable units of language. And here we can go to this discussion of domain specificity or general domain. When we talk about segmenting units of language, is it domain specific, linguistic, or not? I'm not making a case that is general domain, but this discussion exists, right, in the literature. So several researchers have showed already that the age of exposure to language is important to later development. But in Brazilian case, different from what some suppose or expect, Brazilian children get to school with basic knowledge of Libras, Brazilian Sign Language, or Brazilian Portuguese. So a question in the 2020 paper, two questions actually, were what is the minimum necessary knowledge for a child to start the literacy process? And a second question is, with rudimentary language knowledge, is it possible to initiate the reading learning process? Mayberry, Del Ducci, and Lieberman, 2011, conducted a meta-analysis study with 230 publications and observed that phonological coding and awareness demonstrated to be advantageous in reading in 11% of the case, while 35% of the case, language ability predicted skilled readers. In their paper, they state that language was measured both spoken and by spoken and signed vocabulary production and comprehension measures. So here's a bit vague what they're understanding with language, what it means exactly, production and comprehension of spoken and signed vocabulary. What's the granularity of what they are using. But when we talk about language, one important thing that we cannot dismiss is the fact that language is necessary to start the process, right? So there were many discussions on critical period, And here we have a strong case made by Mayberry and Klunder, 2017, on this discussion of critical period. And they state that you might think that a critical period for L2 might not be observed, but when you look at L1 acquisition, critical period is present, right? So here's the quotation: language acquisition and development of the brain language system appear to reciprocally affect one another, but only when the onset of language experience is synchronous with the onset of postnatal brain development. So we need to start acquiring language once we're out of the womb, right? So the take-home message, oh my God, that's too fast. So the take-home message here is we highlight the importance of exposure of deaf children to sign language since birth. And reading is more about segmenting, categorizing, discerning linguistic patterns than it is about identifying the links between sounds and print. So here, if we go back to the initial discussion, maybe the problem is not really the word phonics, but what we believe phonics is about, right? Or what we consider it to be. So we are conducting further research on these topics to understand the role of segmentation in reading, the levels of representation, phonemic, morphological, orthographic, and morpho-orthographic. And we are constructing a priming study on lexical access, in which we're going to test if it is possible to access the phonology of L1 through L2 reading. And the study is going to be conducted with deaf readers of Portuguese. So here's our references, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the quality of your research and for your research program, and also for having stuck to the time slot. So let's see, we have time, a lot of time for questions and comments.
Dear Professor Marilia, it's Douglas here. I completely agree with your research. We have 2 articles with deaf population, and mainly for typical readers to read Portuguese, you have to do the grapheme to phoneme conversion, as we have an alphabetic language. However, the deaf, profoundly deaf participants do not have access to phonology. So they cannot do this conversion quite easily. They don't have this phonological access. So they depend much more for the visual aspects of reading. And concerning compared to the deaf participants that only knows Libras, the sign language, compared to the group that knows the sign language plus lip reading and other ways of communication, the deaf participant then has more language, has better reading performance. However, we conclude that it's not due to phonological aspects with lip reading, but to more amplified language that they have. These other aspects of language, not just the sign language, improves the whole language in the brain, not improving reading directly with phonology. Hope you can complement with this.
Yes, we found the same results in the literature. So apparently the fact that you can map sound to text is not predictable. So we have the same results, right? In other researchers. So yeah, so you need a strong language foundation, right? And the problem is that we don't have it. And unfortunately, we are focusing, I think I didn't mention that, and I think this is very important. So when we're thinking about public policy, and when we're thinking on the focus of reading for deaf children, the focus should be on language, right? On making a system or conditions that the child has language access. Without language access, there is no way to read, right? So this is a strong case. So we can debate, which is the best method, but in the end, we are discussing something and we don't have the foundation to start this discussion. So, and
the
if
first language is the sign language for the deaf.
Yes, yeah.
But they go to school without knowing the sign language, and no one talks with sign language. So along their lives, they don't have the opportunity to develop their language.
This is a discussion, right, Douglas? Because what we call L1, right? So what is the L1? If
L1.
You don't have, so you say Libras is the L1 for the deaf. If they don't have the language, how can it be the L1? So the point is to make so that the L1 is the sign language, but it could be that they could have good support. I mean, not perfect support with the oral language, but the thing is that they don't have either, and that's the problem, right? So they will always have a deficit in a way because they don't access the sound. So for example, if a person covers their mouth, they don't access the information, even with cochlear implants. And there are other issues with cochlear implants that I didn't go over because this is not the focus, but what we have today in Brazil is that you can have access to cochlear implants, but the whole time you have the device, the maintenance of this device is on the patient, not on the government or the hospital. So if any piece of it breaks, they don't have access to language. They don't have access. So for example, another point is that it's very expensive to fix this device. So what some teachers tell us is that some schools ask the child to remove the device so that it doesn't break, right? So then they don't hear while they are in school. So the path that was chosen by their family is not accessible because they cannot hear. Daniela, you raise your hand.
Yeah, it's a little bit noisy here, but I'll try. Yeah, I think what we're trying to say here is that, like, the bottom line question here, or the thing, is that sound-to-sound mapping is necessarily for reading, but maybe it's not like the most crucial thing here, because there's people who won't have access to this sound. So to this exact sound-to-sound mapping, like word by grapheme, phoneme. But apparently, language is important, like phonological awareness is important. And if you speak a sign language, you have access to the phonology of this language. And apparently, the access to the phonology of this language will be helpful in reading in a second language, because Portuguese comes like someone in Brazil who speaks Libras will read in Portuguese, so it's a second language. So they wouldn't access the sounds of the second language, but reading a word in a second language would activate somehow the phonology of your first language, and this will help accessing the meaning of a word. So the same way that it's important to access morphology and all other levels of representation. So what we're trying to say here is that the most important thing, like, we're focusing a lot on phonological phonemic awareness, but if you don't have access to sound, phonemic awareness won't be that helpful. But having language is very important. So.
Okay, thank you. Lilian, would you like to make a quick comment on that? Still have 1 minute.
Okay, very, very fast. Thank you so much, Marilia. Brilliant talk, very nice. I would just like I totally agree with Daniela, very interesting point too. And it's impressive that I wrote here in the chat that we still don't have much material to teach children to read. And I think that the question should be how they learn to read, you know. Maybe this is a lack in our investigations. It's not a matter of the best method for teaching. First, we should understand how they learn, and then do a specific method for them. Yeah, and also I think personally, I think it's I totally agree. I like it very much, the topic you brought, because I think it's a bit aggressive trying to force children with a phonological, if they don't have this ability, and especially because children, they have different, and adults, all deaf people, they have levels of deaf, and so you cannot force them. It's easier for some of them, and then they can go to speech pathologists if they have a little bit of hearing. Then if they really want to train this phonology, they can go to speech pathology and receive this teaching method specialized for them. But taking this for schools, I think it's a bit complicated. I like it very much that you brought this discussion. Thank you.
Can I just?
Okay, just a few seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, a few seconds. Okay, yeah. So we have studies from how deaf teachers are conducting this investigation and what they are doing, because there is a misconception that you need to, because they are visual, right? They have this visual advantage that everything should be visual means images, right? So the deaf community is working a different pathway. So sign language is visual. You can have image as well. And so they have different strategies to teach. And there is a paper, I didn't discuss this, with a review from 30 years, all thesis on reading by the deaf, Andrews et al. 2015, and then discuss how the methodologies are which methodologies are used. And ASL enters this discussion only in 1990 in the United States. So it's really recent. So I just wanted to leave you with that. Okay, thank you, Marcos. I'm sorry.
Nice. Thank you. Very interesting issues from methodological and theoretical point of views. Thank you very much. And we go immediately to Sara Ribeiro from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Where are you, Sara? There you are. Okay.
Hi, how are you? Okay, let me present now. Just a second. Can you see it?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yes.
Is it in full mode? Full screen?
Full mode, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to present an excerpt of an experiment that I'm working, and it's gonna be in my dissertation, PhD dissertation. And the title of this presentation is an experimental study on the processing of two-clause sentences. As we are going to show, we are going to use complex sentences, and complex sentences can be organized in main clause and subordinate clause or coordinate clause. But in this presentation, we are going to see subordinate clause, and the clauses are conjoined with when. And when is a temporal connective, and usually we see when expressing simultaneity. And in a sentence like the phone rang when Sue got home, so we see that at the same time the phone rang, Sue got home, so we have two events collapsing. And we also have another meaning, like when expressing prior events, just like the connective after, for example, in a sentence like John left, when John left, Sue cried. So we see that something happened before, and it's expressed by the when clause, so when John left, and then after it, Sue cried. And then we also have when expressing condition in a sentence, like when it rains, Jeff feels sad, and the when he could be changed for if, for example. So if it rains, Jeff feels sad. And it can also express cause, so causality. And in a sentence like the cup broke when it fell off the table, so we can see that if we change it when for because, it would be okay. So the cup broke because it fell off the table. So on this regard, we have Bedford saying that causes are associated with earlier events and effects, and adverse effects are generally associated with later events, just like we saw the sentence of the cup. So in a sentence like the cup broke when it fell off the table, we just saw that changing for because it works. But if we change for after, it would work as well. So we could see clearly that a prior event is going to be expressed by the when clause, just like an after clause. And when we have two events, we have usually ordering. So we see that when we have temporal events, we usually see and mentalize the events in their chronological order, because this is how real world situations go on. And then we have there in a paper, Van der Meer and colleagues saying that investigations on linguistic temporal terms have been showing that the mental representation of event order is usually correspondent to the chronological order in which the events occur in real world. But we know that when we use temporal connectives, we can reorganize the sentences and express a later event in an initial position of the sentence, and go on. So we have events being expressed in reverse order. For example, when we have the sentence, when the cup fell off the table, it broke, we have the order of mention corresponding to the order of events. So the events are following the real world situation. But when we have the cup broke when it fell off the table, we don't have the real world situation being mirrored in the sentence. So linguistically, the presentation of the events are reversed. And then we know that structural readers infer temporal causal relationships in when sentences. And in this study, that's what we are going to see. And we are going to see also actually we are going to test these hypotheses that was worked by Smith and McMahon in the 70s, and it was worked along the years. And this hypothesis says that information asserted in the main clause is more readily accessible than the one in the subordinate clause. So it means that what we read in the main clause, it retains longer in our memory, and we can usually get the gist, as Marcus likes to say, from the main clause. But sometimes it depends on the construction of the sentence, the structure, right? So in a sentence like after he sang, he danced, these sentences were tested by Smith and McMahon. And then we can also change the order. So he danced after he sang. They found out that what is more predominant here is the main clause, and the main clause here was accessible easily. And then when the participant had to answer what happened first, they were readily saying he danced, for example. And yeah, so using this connective after. And then the question we think is, do structural readers use the main clause strategy to process and comprehend when sentence with temporal causal relation? We are saying this temporal causal relation, but actually it's not like the sentence of the cup, because the sentence of the cup, we have a very restricted event. So of course the cup fell off the table before it broke. And in this study, we didn't want to use sentence that were so restricted. And then we have a sentence like, when Mary played, John sang. Meaning like, actually, the reader has to infer. Mary played, and then John sang. Or because Mary played, John sang. And so this meaning has to be inferred. And if we change the order, we have John sang when Mary played. I forgot the period. Okay, so the experiments, the objectives are to verify the processing comprehension of two-clause sentence with when, and to verify what motivations ease or hinder sentence processing and comprehension, because I'm not going to show you here, but we have many motivations, not many actually. We have like 3 or 4 motivations that we use in order to ease processing and ease comprehension, like clause ordering, event presentation, like in the case of temporal constructions, and they structuring like the main clause and etc. And then the first hypothesis we are going to test is the main clause. Actually, the hypothesis 1 says the main clause of a subordinate sentence receives more computation. This hypothesis is based on other studies, especially in my master's study that verified that the main clause in a temporal construction with depois, which is after, is computed more easily. And students in an eye tracking experiment, they showed that the main clause is more fixated than the subordinate clause in this temporal structure. And then we want to see if this pattern, so this hypothesis, confirmed in sentence with when expressing like temporal causal relation, because when works like after somehow. And then the predictions for this hypothesis, we predicted that longer reading times in the main clause than in the subordinate clause, so no matter its position in the sentence, because this is the pattern we found in the master study, and higher RTs and more errors in subordinate main condition if the main clause information is retained longer. This prediction is because if the main clause is retained longer, if the main clause is readily accessible, when the reader sees the question, what happened first, he's right away to say what is in the main clause, right? And as we're going to see, the task was to answer the question what happened first, and then they had 2 options, like the 2 events. And we believed that if the main clause is there more readily, they are going to remember, like, okay, what happened in the main clause, and then click on the event of the main clause. But actually in a when clause, we have the prior event. So if the question is what happened first, the answer is what is in the subordinate clause. And then we have hypothesis 2. That is the main hypothesis actually of my whole dissertation. It's based on this strategy, because we see many studies on acquisition, and many of these studies, they show that the order of mention strategy is used by children when they are learning the temporal connectives. But in adults, we don't see any papers, studies showing that in adults. And then I think it's very important because we kind of saw this pattern in my master's thesis. So I'm hypothesizing this. And then the prediction is higher RTs and more errors in main subordinate condition, because this structure is the structure that reflects the reverse order of the events, as you're going to see in the next slide. So the variables, independent variables, was connective, so the when. connective, and position, first position and second position. So in the first position, main subordinate order, and second position, main subordinate order. And when you change the position of the subordinate clause or the connective, we have the reversing of the events, right? And the dependent variables, response times, and accuracy rates. I have many other measures, but these are the ones I'm going to present in this presentation. So the conditions, subordinate main, we used a word to cover the target word. So yesterday when Mary played, John sang. And we also had main subordinate, yesterday when John sang, Mary played. And we also used like the other, the event in the main clause in the subordinate clause as well. So we had like 4 versions, but actually only 2 conditions, okay? And then the procedure, it was a self-paced reading, and we used the program size scope on a MacBook here. And now I'm going to show you how the experiment was. So the student, not the student actually, they were students, but the participants saw this screen, and then they pressed the space bar, and they saw yesterday, and then space bar when Mary played, John sang. And then this last bar here, like not the last space, let me get the laser. This last space here is because in order to have the measure of these words, this segment, we needed to use this space like in blank, like blank space. And then the question, what happened first? And we oriented the participants to answer like the faster they could. So, okay, finish, oops. So what happened first? And then John sang, and Mary, of course, we ordered the answers like half on the left, half on the right, and etc. And the participants were 20 native speakers of English, undergraduate and graduate students at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And they were, the average age was 18 and 35 years old. They were all volunteers. Okay, and then the results, as I told you, I'm going to show just, as this is an excerpt, I'm not going to show you everything, but the response times. We didn't see any main effect of the order here. So the position of the connective, the subordinate clause was not significant in this case, but as we can see, the main subordinate ordering is a little bit slower than the subordinate main order. And remembering the main subordinate ordering is reverse, presents the events in reverse order. And although the response time didn't show any main effect, we see that it was lower. And like the statistic, as you can see here, like the p-value, it's not significant, but it's almost. I saw many studies showing that 0.09 was okay, so 0.606 is not so bad. But anyway, so the full sentence reading times, this measure, it showed significant effect of position. As you can see, the subordinate main construction was read slower than the main subordinate condition. And this is interesting because they took more time reading this construction, but the reaction times, like the response times, was they spent more time thinking of this sentence that they read like in less time. And then the answers, the results for the answers. So we see here in the subordinate main construction, which is the structure that shows events in chronological order. Errors were very, they were not so huge. But on the other hand, they were not huge too, but here we see that but here we see that they made more mistakes in this condition, right? So 12% of errors in the main subordinate construction structure, and 7.5% in the subordinate main construction. So what we see here is that the subordinate main condition present longer reading times compared to the main subordinate condition. The subordinate main structure causes more processing demands. Many studies show this, because when the subordinate clause is in the beginning of the sentence, the reader reads the sentence as a whole unit, and it costs more to memory, and then it's more demanding than when we have a main subordinate structure, and that we can kind of split the sentence in two, because the main clause is a whole unit, and then you read the main clause, and you don't need to keep the clause in memory until you get the final of the sentence to understand the whole sentence. And RTs for both subordinate main and main subordinate had no significant difference. However, main subordinate presented more errors, and then we see that the main subordinate had more reading times, and error rates were higher in the main subordinate condition, and this condition is non-iconic. So we have the order of mention. When the student use the order of mention strategy, they may make more mistakes, they make more errors. And then the hypothesis one was not confirmed, because we didn't find that the main clause was, the student didn't present more reading times in this clause. They focus more on the last clause. And hypothesis to confirm, so iconic sense present higher accuracy rates than RTs, and it seems that the semantic feature is more activated during processing and comprehension of these kind of constructions, okay? And yeah, and for future things, we see that this is the first, not future things, final remarks actually. This is the first study task in the processing of a when in a two-clause sentence with temporal causal relation using self-based reading methodology. This study contributes to temporal adverbial sentence research, and we need to test sentence with previous context. When we use previous context, we can also verify the importance of discourse in the reading strategies. And we need to use more refined techniques to test all the final tests, like eye tracking and EEG, or methodology that we can see more granulated results. And we also want to compare linear readers and certain readers. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Sorry if I was too fast.
Thank you, Sarah. Is there any question, quick one, or comment? Okay, so thank you, Sarah. If you're interested in this research program Sarah is developing, she'll be defending her PhD dissertation about a month's time, and then you have a chance to see Sarah once again. Thank you, Sarah. Bye. So we're going to go next to our next speaker.
I'm staying.
Ruth Betancourt. Where is Ruth? There she is.
Hello,
How are you,
everybody.
Ruth? So
I'm
go
very happy
ahead,
to be
please.
here.
Yes.
Let me share my presentation. Okay. My topic or my interest in my research was to make an analysis of errors in English written productions of young adults. This kind, okay. One of my main motivations is to understand, I'm a professor in a university, and I want to understand why the students make different types of mistakes when they were producing English production. And as in psycholinguistics, we know that the most important interest is to study these internal factors that affect acquisition and affect use of the language. I wanted to make an investigation to see what kind of errors the learners make in order to find the important reasons that are affecting this process of learning, what is facilitating or interfering with their aim of communication. Actually here, my objective was to classify the type of syntactic errors some higher education students produce in order to identify the most frequent factors that influence their foreign language processes. Actually, one of my first reasons was because my main hypothesis was that the influence of the first language was very important or was very frequent in the learner's errors. And that's, as this is a very controversial topic. I wanted, because there are different analysts that don't consider this influence so important as other factors. That's why I wanted to see how it works, at least with a short sample that I was working with. And then my specific objective was, first of all, to classify the syntactic errors, what kind of errors the students make, identify them and classifying in the written production of English. My second objective was to identify the possible cognitive reasons of the students' second language errors in syntax. I was focused completely in syntax. And at last, to determine the average of the frequency of the different factors that affect the foreign language learner system. Well, as we know, in psycholinguistics, the errors play a very important role to understand internal mechanisms because they reflect in one way or another how the learners are thinking when they are speaking in any language, not only in the first or the second or the third language. Yes, and the errors may provide an evidence of the strategies that learners apply to learn a language. Yes, the results in this case can offer a general explanation of how foreign or second language acquisition occurs. For me, it's important to distinguish foreign language acquisition from second language acquisition because we know that the situation in each case is very different. The foreign language learners don't have the opportunity to use the language in natural situations, while the second language learners can. Yes, and that is a very, very important difference in the way of learning. Yes, but sometimes I'm going to use second language or foreign language indiscriminately. Yes, and then in order to make this richer, I apply the error analysis approach. Yes, that was proposed by Porter a long time ago to identify the psycholinguistic causes of the errors produced by the second language learners. Yes, we know that in this case we are mainly based on the mentalist theory proposed by Chomsky in the 50s, in which it was believed, or it is believed, that there are internal or innate abilities that all human beings have for learning a language. Yes, and but that there is a process, a systematic process that we follow when we are learning this language. Another concept that I also consider important here is the fact that when we are learning a second language, we are creating an interlanguage system that have characteristics of is different from the first and the second language, but it is in one way or another related to both of them. Yes, but it's a system that has its own rules, and those rules are changed are being modified constantly, meanwhile the process of learning is given. Yes, then here I have other concepts that I also consider for this research. As I told you, for me, the influence of the first language was like very predominant in my students' errors. And we know that language transfer is considered for facilitation and interference. That is considered the first language can help to learn the language or can interfere. I'm gonna focus on the interference aspect. Yes, the part that is the learner makes errors when he is using a Spanish syntactic structure to speak in English. And I apply the error analysis approach in order to do this. We know that in the case of the language transfer, there have been also many different names to this concept, transitional competence. Nowadays, it is suggested to give the name of cross-linguistic influence and things like that, because it has been always controversial at this point, and how much it affects or not affects the second language learning is also a matter of debate. Then in the presentation, we cannot see the errors, but the types of errors that are considered by Richards are the linguistic errors and the psycholinguistic errors. We know that the linguistic errors are mainly related to language, phonological, morphological, syntactic, semantic, and even grammatic errors, but I'm going to focus only in the syntactic errors. And in the part of the psycholinguistic errors, I'm using the classification that Richards proposed. And he made a classification of the errors into two big types, the developmental errors and the interlingual errors. Yes, in the developmental errors, he considers the overgeneralization, that is an error that we have when we identify a similar structure or a similar characteristic in anything, in meaning, in syntax, and we apply that characteristic in a different context in which is not applied. The ignorance of the rule restriction is also a type of overgeneralization, but in this case, it is applied in contexts that are not applied mainly by native speakers. Yes, maybe the native speakers also, well, the native speakers also, when they are learning the mother tongue, make overgeneralizations, but in certain situations. In this case, the second language learner apply it in other situations that the first language speaker will not apply it. Yes, the incomplete application of rules. In this case, the learner already knows the second language rule. Yes, but he doesn't domain it yet. Yes, and then he used part of the rule, but another part is not actually used. The last type of error that Richard talked about is the false concept hypothesis. In this case, is that the learner has a wrong understanding of how the target language distinctions are given, and that is why they use a structure or a meaning in something that is not appropriate. Yes, and at last we have the interlingual errors, yes, that are the ones that are related to the interference. Then, in order to make this analysis, I work with a case study in order to identify the causes of these interlingual errors. I work with a group of 14 students, and these students were taking a content class in English. Yes, I was their professor. Yes, and actually the class is explained in English as well as in Spanish, but they have texts that they have to read in English and in Spanish. And I apply the analysis on the answers of the exams of these students that were trying to explain some of the concepts that were explained in the class, theoretical concepts. And then they were mainly focused on the how to communicate the idea rather than on the language expression. I think this is a very spontaneous way to identify their speaking or their writing in this case is more spontaneous because in that moment they are not taking information from other sources. They are completely using their own knowledge in order to try to explain the concepts that were required in the exam. Then that's why I consider this way of analyzing. Obviously, I ask their permission to analyze their answers. And in this work, I only work with one answer of each student. Yes, I transcribe the question using I didn't use a phonological representation, just write the sentences, and I began to identify the errors. Yes, according to what the method using what Porter established. Yes, first of all, the error identification. The identification were only given, as I told you, in the syntactic level. Then I classify those errors and I explain those errors using these psycholinguistic errors that Richard was talking about, that he also said are the psycholinguistic causes of the errors. In this case, let me show you very fast all the analysis that I was performing, because here I have the sentences that the learners produce, the identification of the errors, and the identification of the causes of the errors that the learners have when they were speaking, when they were writing the exam. In this case, I just use a very short sample, but there are more examples around more sentences that I analyze here. And in these actually 14 answers, yes, we identify, here I have a sample of these sentences that I found. Yes, I identify the errors that were given in the sentence. I give them a number in order to identify what syntactic errors the learners have. Then, for example, here we have, this has 4 features that make us more clearly what is correct, the correctly way to use it. Yes, sometimes we can see that this is not following an English construction. By one part, we have the wrong choice of words. It's not appropriate to the idea that they want to express. The wrong sentence form because he's using a direct question instead of using an indirect question. And here he's using an adverbial form in order to modify the noun. Yes, then here we have our own adjective form. Then among the recognition of the psycholinguistic causes of the error, of course, according to what I understand, here my idea is that the learners have a false concept hypothesis. They don't know how to say it, and then they use this form of construction of the sentence in order to try to express the idea. In the second one, I consider that they ignore the rule restriction, maybe in that moment, in an unconscious way that they don't follow the rule, that when we are in a declarative sentence, we use an indirect question rather than a direct question. And the last one, I consider that he was overgeneralizing because the adverb is a modifier, yes, and then he applied this modifier to make reference to the noun wait. Yes, then in this case we have that I was working, I have to do it one by one because there are not actually any application that identifies all the errors that can be made in the learner's production. Then here we have in the second one, the conversational implication refers to the meaning that is implied in what we say and not exactly in the real meaning of the word. In this case, this is a more coherent sentence. Yes, but here we have the one of the most frequent problems of the Spanish second language learners is the use of the definite article. Here, the learner is using a wrong article. Then it would be better to use an indefinite article. And in this case, I found that the reason of this is the interference, because in Spanish, the use of the definite article is very frequent for naming, not only for specifying things. We use the article for naming things. Yes, and then it's very difficult for the second language learner to see or to remember that the difference in use of the definite article between English and Spanish. And in the second example, we can see that the passive is incomplete, the wrong verb inflection of the passive form. There is an incomplete application of the rule. The learner already has the idea of the rule, but maybe you know that one of the frequent errors is in the appropriate use of the perfective participle. And in the last one, again, we have the error with a definite article. The conversational implication refers to the meaning that is implied. We have, again, the passive form in what we say and not exactly in the real meaning of the word. Yes, remember that each sentence was produced by different students. And then we can see that, again, we have, we have different causes. We don't only have frequent interference, but there were other causes in which that were provoking this kind of errors. Then, after I finished the analysis of these kind of errors that the learners have, I found 76 errors in total in the 14 answers that I was analyzing, and most of the errors were due to interlingual errors. That is, the false concept hypothesized, the ignorance of rule restriction, the overgeneralization, and the incomplete application of rule. Obviously, we have very valid reasons for the learners to make these errors, but I found too that the interlingual errors were very frequent. Yes, it was a very frequent reason. One of the main, the error that was made a lot was related to the use of the article. Yes, it was very difficult for them. It seems a very easy rule, but it's very difficult for them for us, because I'm also, my native language is Spanish. And then the use of the definite article is so complex to understand when to use it and when not to use it. And other reasons of the errors were the mistakes that you know that is sometimes certain things that you forget in that moment. And I added this cause because as the exam was mainly focused on the comprehension of the concept, I also considered that the reasons of some of those errors were related to that they don't know the concept, and that's why they were not able to explain what they wanted to explain. Then, as my conclusions, we know that the production of errors is part of the natural process of language development. And it is going to depend on the learner's situational background. Today, the theory of inner language is considering every time with more detail that the external factors that are affecting the second language learning, yes, such as the age of the learner, the competence that they have on the second language, the aspects of the personality of the speaker, the individual abilities that they have, yes, it may also make the difference. Actually, here we are talking with young adults, and there is a research that I was checking, made in the area of neurolinguistics by Diaz and Alvarez, that they made a brain scan while the learners were producing, were speaking or writing, were speaking in the second language. And they identified that in certain moments of this production, there was a part of the brain that was activated that they identify with the first language knowledge. Yes, and then this activation is automatic. Yes, it happens unconsciously, and that is going to affect the or influence the production of the second language. It was actually Diaz and Alvarez compiled different researches, different researches related to this. To this kind of the importance of language transfer in the production of a second language. But they also they identify that this only happens with young adults, not with children. And also it depends on these individual characteristics I was talking about. Yes, then with this study, it could be obtained evidence of how language is learned and the possible strategies that learners are employing during this process. Maybe in this case, we know that the errors, the causes of the errors is something very difficult to classify. I made an attempt. Maybe you may find other reasons or other causes in some of these errors, but it's giving an approximation about what are the causes, what are the strategies that the learners unconsciously follow when they are producing the sentences. And then with this information, it can be evaluated, the learning stage of the students, how they are learning, and adjust teaching strategies to help learners correct those errors. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. It's been 22 minutes. We won't have time for any discussion, unfortunately, but thank you very much. And we should go to, last but not least, José Ferrari from the Federal University of Paraíba, who is going to place the closing paragraph in our marathon symposium. Please, Ferrari.
Thank you, Marcos. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Let me share my presentation, my screen for presentation. Can everyone see my slides?
Very well.
All right. I'm very pleased to be here, and I would like to thank Marcos MAIA for the organization of this symposium. And I'm glad to be here because I'm seeing any colleagues that I have not seen for a long time. For example, Professora Daniela Cid, Professora Marília, Professora Lilian, Katia, and many others. All right, it's a pleasure to review all of you. And I would like to start my presentation explaining a little problem in my experiment. Initially, this work was planned to be done using eye tracking methodology. But due to the pandemic, the laboratory at the university has been closed since March of last year. So it weren't possible to use the eye tracker in my laboratory. All right. So I will present the results and data regarding another study using self-paced reading experimental paradigm. Right. I'm a Professor José Ferrari Neto from Federal University of Paraíba, from Linguistic Postgraduate Program and Language Processing Laboratory. So this work is based on theory proposed by Kent in 1998 and Kent and Walson 2007 about levels of text processing. And these authors proposed three different levels of text processing. First of them, lowest levels concerning the recognition of the relations between graphemes and phonemes, recognition of words and their basic meanings, decoding the written language by reading. The second one is the intermediate levels concerning the identification of the relations between words in the sentence and between sentences among themselves, which make it possible to recognize the basic semantic of the text and its informational structure. And the last ones, the highest levels regarding textual macrostructure, frames, schemas, and textual germs. According to Kent and Rawson, reading process is a process of reading. A text is, therefore, an integrative process in which information processed at the lower level is progressively integrated with information processed at the higher level. Comprehension at one level is required for comprehension of the subsequent level to occur. Thus, the study of comprehension of a text requires investigation at the level of basic integration, as well as at the level of its overall organization. To understand the text is necessary in order to gauge the degree of comprehension of a text and the factors involved in this process. It's first necessary to determine at what textual level processing takes place and how information from that level is extracted and how this information is integrated into the next level during processing. The research to be conducted here will be situated between the most intermediate and the most advanced levels. We assume that the sentence of a text, which are units of the intermediate level, must combine with each other in order to constitute the surface textual structure, which goes up to the textual unit of the paragraph. And the paragraphs, when combined together, produce the deep textual structure already at the macro textual level. Assuming, therefore, that the paragraph is a unit that contributes to form the structure of the text and that it itself has an organization, the main research question of this work arises. How does paragraph organization affect the overall comprehension of the text? This question has been addressed from different perspectives, at least since the studies by Kinch and Van Dyck in 1978 on models of text comprehension and production. I'm sorry. About paragraph structure, we can say in general, and at least as far as expository argumentative text is concerned, paragraph structure can be determined by the following factors, according to Hurley 2014. Three different factors, all right? Initial topicalization, that requires that the paragraph begins with a statement of a main theme or idea. Coherence requires that the sentence have a propositional structure and that they are organized so as to constitute an harmony between the information present in the text and its external reference. And the last one, cohesion, that requires that each subsequent sentence be linked formally and semantically to the preceding sentence, articulating the information in an organization between given and new information. A well-structured text is one that obeys, to the highest possible degree, these factors, taken in an integrated way, never in isolation. It can be assumed that a good understanding of the text is a product of both of its good structure and its processing. Thus, one can assume that the better a text is structured, according to the factors already listed, the better its processing and, consequently, its comprehension will be. Individual difference possible also affect text processing and comprehension to the extent that readers are able to recognize the underlying structure and use it as a strategy for extracting information. Thus, another research question arises. In what ways do different profiles of readers react to the way text is structured? This question was first developed by Quieras in 1978 in a series of offline experiments on reading and text comprehension. These studies investigated the effects of well and poorly structured paragraphs on the identification of their respective subjects, on reading time, and on the retrieval of information from the text in working memory. Main goals of this present experiment are letter A, assessing the role of the text structure in reading comprehension. Letter B, identifying different reader profiles and how they react to good, bad text structure concerning the paragraph. And letter C, recognizing the strategies used by readers during reading with a view to their perception of the text structure. So the experiment used an experimental paradigm of self-paced reading with summary writing, okay, at the end of the exposure of the experimental texts, all right? Participants were 21 undergraduate and graduate students from UFPB. Independent variables were text structure with 4 levels: top down, bottom up, depth first, and breadth first, according to Quieras. I will explain the difference between these 4 levels. Dependent variables were phrasal topic reading time. Phrasal topic here is the main topic of the paragraph. Total text reading time, and the abstract score. And indeed, this is concerning to the summary done by the participants at the end of the experimental task. And materials were 16 texts, each in each experimental condition, containing 7 sentences each, controlled by size in syllables, letters, words, and flats. Reading is index, that is an index that measures the facility of, the degree of facility of reading of a text, all right? The higher is the score obtained in this flash reading is index, the easier is the reading of the text. So all experimental text used in this experiment had a propositional structure based on Quieras 1978. In the top-down text, the main topic of the paragraph appears in the first position, here represented by the letter A, right? In the top-down propositional structure, the main topic was placed in the last position of the paragraph, all right? The main topic has 4 different noun phrases, here represented by the N1, N2, N3, and N4. And these 4 noun phrases are distributed along the text in the different sentences, here represented by the capital letters B, G, C, F, D, and A, right? In the depth first ways to read this kind of text, these 4 noun phrases appears first at the right side, the left side of the text, right? Going down to the end of the text, right? So at the end, the process begins, and again beginning at the main topic, and going down to the letter F and letter A. All right. In the breadth first conditional, the order of the position of the noun phrase is alternating by the right side and left side, right side and left side, in order to cause a kind of paragraph very anti-natural, right? Where the sentences are all mixed up, all right? Here we have an example of experimental test, right? Em português, o presidente assinou a lei dos novos direitos dos trabalhadores. Here the word president is marked, right? Representing the different noun phrase, like presidente, lei, direitos e trabalhadores. And we can pay attention that these four noun phrases are repeated along the text. Here, 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 and so on. This is an example of top-down text, all right? And we can realize that the order of the sentence causes a text very natural, all right? But in the bottom-up condition, this first sentence appeared at the last position of the text, all right? So here the experimental conditions and experimental design for different experimental conditions, top-down breadth first, the most natural way to organize the paragraph, top-down breadth first, bottom-up depth first, and the last one is the most anti-natural way to organize the paragraph. All right. The experimental design was a 2x2 factorial design with 4 experimental conditional as repeated measures are designed within subjects. The procedures, the sentence of these experimental texts were presented one by one using the paradigm stimulus presentation software. At each sentence read, participants pressed a predefined key that reading time of the sentence was recorded, and then the next sentence was read until the final sentence, when the total reading time was also recorded. At the end of each text, the subjects were required to write in a limited space a summary of the text just read in order to measure the degree of comprehension of reading of text. There was a previous training session for the subject to get used to the experimental task. As hypotheses and predictions, we have letter A. The initial topicalization is fundamental for good paragraph structure, since it is from this that the rest of the information in the text is organized. Regarding prediction was shorter total text reading times in top-down compared to bottom-up conditions. The second one was readers search for the topic in paragraphs during reading, assuming that the first sentence always corresponds to the topic of the paragraph. The regarding prediction is shorter reading times for the topic phrase in top-down conditions compared to the bottom-up conditions. And the last one, text in which information is properly articulated around the phrase or topic have their comprehension facilitated. The corresponding prediction is higher summary scores in top-down conditions compared to bottom-up conditions. So this is the results. We don't get statistical difference when we analyze the data using a mixed effect ANOVA, all right? But analyzing the phrasal topic reading times, we obtained a statistical difference, right? Both of these effects observed can be explained as follows. About total reading time, there are no significant difference between total reading times across experimental conditions, thus not confirming the first of the hypotheses assumed here. Initial topicalization did not seem to interfere with the online processing cost of the text, even though there was a trend in this direction when observing increasing total reading time. However, confirmation of this trend would require an increase in the sample size employed here, testing a larger number of subjects. It is possible to suggest that readers take the first sentence as the topic sentence, reading it in a way that associates to the other sentence with it to some degree, but only noticing the poor structure at later stage of the comprehension process. About the phrasal topic reading time, the difference seemed to emerge from the comparison between TDDF, TDBF, BUDF conditions with the BUBF condition, just like here, all right, in the purple column on this graph, all right, the statistical difference seems to be arising when compared to the three first conditions here, all right? Which showed a significantly different reading times from the others. These statements about BU-BF conditions. Here, the initial topicalization seemed to interfere with the cost of online processing of the text this time, since it can be suggested that the increase in the reading time is due to the fact that the phrasal topic is in the last position. In order for a proper integration of a textual information to occur, readers would need to recognize this integrated element, which would be, in this case, the phrasal topic. Once identified in the first position, this integration activity can occur throughout the reading, while being in the last position, it would only occur at the end of the reading, causing the reader to take more time in reading and phrasal topic. Thus, the second hypothesis proposed here is evidenced with readers seeking to the phrasal topic as a strategy for a test comprehension. When the phrasal topic is in the last position, the whole comprehension of the text caused by an integration of information is just possible when the reader reaches the last sentence of the text, all right? So this graph here shows a correlation between total reading time, here represented by the this axis here, all right, and the phrasal topic reading times here represented by this horizontal axis here, right? So the conditions TDDF and TDBF, as I said, the most natural ones, require shorter topic reading times. So here, the first marks on the graph, right here in the left of the graph, right? Which leads to the shorter total reading times due to the fact that the recognizing the topic already in the first position facilitates information integration. And the BUDF and BUBF condition, as I said, the most anti-natural ones, right, elicited more reading times, higher reading times, all right? Require longer sentence topic reading times, leading to longer total reading times, since the information needs to be integrated only when recognizing the topic. The best strategy, therefore, seems to be search for the topic and based on it to connect the sentence of the text to its thematic content. This graph shows the results obtained at the analysis of the score of the summary task at the end of the experimental task, right? And the results of the score seems to indicate that the most suitable comprehension of the text occurs in the TDDF and TDBF conditions compared to the BUDF conditions and BUBF condition, as predicted by the third hypothesis assumed here. Such a result is in line with the assumption made here that text in which the information is adequately articulated around the phrasal topic have their comprehension facilitated. The score here was calculated observing the presence of the 4 noun phrases present in the main topic. All right. If a summary contains the 4 noun phrases, the maximum score is 4. All right. This was the criterion used in the analysis of the summary writing in this experiment. So this dispersion diagram shows the different readers' profiles, all right, identified in the results, right? As you can see, we can point out 4 different readers' profiles, all right? The analysis allows the identification of 4 groups of readers. The first of them corresponding to the black square in the graph above. This is the one, this black square right here. Represents readers who read the sentence topic in a relatively short time, thus saving the total reading time, which also remained low. I'm so sorry. My neighbor here is using a machine to put a nail on the wall. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Just go ahead and finish. Yeah.
Right. This profile seems to define a strategy based on consuming as few resources as possible, to the detriment even of good comprehension of the text. In this sense, they resemble Iona and colleagues 2002, fast linear readers, and being the preferred strategy of most readers. Then one can point out those who followed in the same trend, but not sacrificing comprehension. They are the ones corresponding to the square in blue above, right here, right in this part of the graph, right? I forgot to say that the diagram dispersion was calculated using a cluster analysis, okay? Corresponding to the square in blue above, who had their total reading time rising in the same proportion as the time spent reading the phrasal topic, but with a greater attention to the text content. Third, those who preferred to spend time reading the phrasal topic in order to save on the total reading time. They are the ones indicated in the green box right here, all right? Finally, there are those who were slow in both reading the sentence topic and the total reading time, indicated in red. These resemble the slow linear readers of Iona and colleagues. In that way, read the text sequentially and take the time in each part is right here. So the very common profile is the first one, right? Readers here read the text in a linear direction, not spending much time to search by the main topic of the text, right? So, as I said, the experiment was initially planned to be done using eye tracker. Marcos?
Oh, you have already exploded your time, but just finish it.
This is the last one.
About 25
right?
minutes, but it's okay.
I'm sorry for the delay. So, as a follow-up, we and my research team desires to continue the application of the experiment in order to enlarge the researched sample, assemble a version of this experimental text using connective elements as a conjunctions and prepositions in order to evaluate the role of this element in the processing and the comprehension of the text, applying the two versions of the experiment using self-paced reading and eye tracker methodology in subjects with different levels of schooling, and using, as I said, the eye tracker methodology in order to obtain online measures of text processing. So my acknowledgement, especially to my master student Laiane Vasconcelos, to the Professor Márcio Martins Leitão, Director of the LAPROL, and Gustavo Lopes Estivaler for the theoretical and methodological contributions. Special thanks to the whole LAPROL team, and thanks to the organization of 12 ISAPO 2021.
Thank you, Ferrari. It's beautiful work, very good conditions, and very precise controls. And in my view, you are going the right direction because we need to get evidence on proficiency, on reading proficiency, which is so important for education. And the logical next step after looking at the sentence level is looking at a paragraph level. We have a student, Bruno Martini, in our lab, who is also starting to do work on this level, in which you have higher presupposition, as you showed. And of course, we should keep tabs on each other's research. And very good. Thank you very much. We don't have much time more because we have already gone about 34 minutes beyond our time, but there was a marathon symposium, but I think it was worth every minute. We had presentations covering a wide range of topics in the architecture of language and the cognitive sciences at their best here. So using different methodologies, exploring different populations. So I think this was really excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Congratulations to all. And
also congratulations
in Portugal. I believe we should see each other in person in Portugal next ISAPO event.
That's true. Lots of
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
See you, Jacques. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you very much. It's a great symposium.